never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The American people are poised to reject the failed reign of Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the radical left in a momentous landslide. This is an incredible opportunity.
Former President Trump speaking at the America First Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. Tuesday. The former president making his first trip back to Washington, D.C. since his presidency. One person is dead after flash flooding Tuesday in the St. Louis area. Police say the victim was trapped in a car that was under more than 8 feet of water. Local fire and rescue say more than 70 people were rescued from flooding waters Tuesday morning. More than 9 inches of rain fell across the area. CAL FIRE says the Oak Fire just west of Yosemite National Park is 26% contained. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Scientists and public health care workers are attending a summit on the future of COVID-19 vaccines at the White House. Acting Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology, Dr. Alrhonda Nelson, says the next generation of vaccines needs to be accessible to all.
These inequities will persist beyond COVID and in future pandemics unless we adequately prepare and prioritize universal access to the innovations we're designing, developing, and producing.
New home sales are hitting their lowest level since the start of the pandemic. The Commerce Department saying sales of new single-family homes fell 8% in June to an annual rate of 590,000 units. Industry experts note the drop coincides with rising mortgage rates, which topped 6% last month. The average sales price of a new home in June was just under $457,000. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A college in Ohio is taking a different approach to higher education. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has the details.
With some colleges in America outrageously priced, we can't forget going to college is great nourishment for the mind. But how about getting paid to go to school? A new Catholic college trade school in Ohio opening next year is going to be doing just that. Jacob Ebom from the College of St. Joseph the Worker on Fox News.
What's a good alternative? And so our minds went to the skilled trades, not only because Jesus Christ came down and served most years of his life at a carpenter's bench. And so there's something actually quite fitting about a Catholic school recognizing the humanity in the trades.
A Senate hearing on Tuesday is looking at relaxing the nation's marijuana laws. If the bill is passed, experts say it won't legalize the drug in states where it's currently banned.
State laws would not be directly impacted by this. States could continue to make the mistake of banning cannabis.
Morgan Fox with the group NORML says the Senate is talking about removing weed from its list of controlled substances. Please remember, you can always take our news with you wherever you go by searching for USA Radio News wherever you download your podcasts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yeah, let's get it started. Thank you, Big Moose. Well, hi there. Obviously, I'm here. Yes, we are live in Technicolor. Yeah, why you say? Well, because I'm not a millionaire. How about you? Yeah, just over an hour ago, Mega Millions, which was bumped up to, what was it, $830 million. I put $20 on it this past day. I've already checked my numbers. I did not match out of $20 worth. Wait, that's 10 bets. Not one single number in either the White Balls or the Mega Millions. Not a number. All right, Gilligan said he had the winning ticket. If you had played the numbers 7, 29, 60, 63, 66, and the Mega Millions number was 15. Now they've also got the Mega Plier, as they call it. I think that's for people that if you match like the 5 White Balls but not the Mega Million, you get, it's like, is that $1 million? But it was a Mega Plier times 3. So what would normally be a $1 million winner would be a $3 million winner tonight. Not too shabby. So probably in the next few hours, with as much play that had taken place, all the hype, when the numbers get big like this, it takes them a few hours for all the various states to report in whether any of their numbers or there was a winner in any state. So right now, the next jackpot is, quote, pending from the Mega Millions website. If indeed there were not to be a winner, I think it's fair to assume next drawing, Friday night, will be in excess of $1 billion. Have to wait and find out, though. That is pending. But I'm not a millionaire. Hell, I didn't even win $2. Nada. Hope your week's going well. Hey, guess what day it is? Hey, yeah, Mike. What are we looking at? Yeah, we'll be working our way into the 27th day of July here. Now, thinking back 24 hours ago, we got things started off. We were sharing the forecast, traveler's weather, talking about the potential for some torrential rainfall over the next few days. Boy, about 6 hours after that, there was incredible, life-threatening flash flooding ongoing in St. Louis. Through the night, we were following this line of storms stretching from back in Missouri, across the heart of Illinois, through southern Indiana. About the time the sun was coming up, a little bit of rain was moving in. I thought we were going to get plenty of rain here in southwest Ohio. The bulk of all that precip stayed just to the south of us, through Kentucky and on over into the West Virginia. That's off the East Coast now. They do tell us through the overnight hours tonight, there's concern for the potential of a similar scenario to develop through much of Kentucky on over into West Virginia. Now, what I'm seeing on the radar this hour, Kentucky's pretty much high and dry. You may find a sprinkle over in eastern Kentucky. There is a cluster of showers and thunderstorms, some heavy rain over into the easternmost reaches of West Virginia, right over toward the Virginia state line there. It's not a very broad area. Things may change. We'll keep an eye on things overnight. Right now, you've got to get all the way back into Kansas, where there's a pretty decent line of showers and thunderstorms, the heavier rain, starting right about Topeka, then kind of going back west and southwest all the way to the southwestern corner of Kansas. Some more spotty showers back in eastern portions of Colorado. Just to the east of Pueblo, you'll find some showers there, but here's what we know out of St. Louis. It was being described as an historic, life-threatening flash flooding event that unfolded in the St. Louis metro area early Tuesday morning. Actually, as we were doing our program live, motorists stranded in feet of water, significant disruptions to travel. One fatality due to the fast-rising floodwaters was confirmed by city officials. Shortly before the noon hour Tuesday, the city's fire chief said a car was submerged in about 8.5 feet of water in a low-lying area of the city, and a civilian's body was later recovered from that vehicle. Fire department responded to about 70 calls for rescue or assistance throughout the morning Tuesday. By afternoon, the St. Louis County executive, Dr. Sam Page, had signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency due to the flooding, which allows for federal funding to help relieve damage. The lieutenant governor also signed an executive order on behalf of the state's governor, which activated the Missouri State Emergency Operation Plan. We want to ensure that our communities have every resource available to respond to this. St. Louis shattered their all-time rainfall record for a day with officially 9.07 inches of rain through the noon hour Central Time Tuesday. Most of that rain fell in a 5-hour period. This broke the previous record of 6.85 inches of rain from 107 years ago, as the moisture from what was left of the Galveston hurricane back in 1915 pounded the city. That was August 20th of that year, again, over 100 years ago. There were rainfall amounts in excess of a foot reported in St. Peters, Missouri, which is a suburb of St. Louis. Downpours continued to plague the area, major flooding near the Darden Creek as the water level at that creek rose to 23.35 feet by Tuesday afternoon. In Wentzville, Missouri, about 40 minutes northwest of St. Louis, totals surpassed 11 inches of rainfall. Obviously, local officials were urging people avoid travel this past morning. There were numerous roadways submerged, even floodwaters submerging portions of I-70, forcing the closure of that major interstate in both directions, just ahead of the typical very busy morning commute. Closures were also reported on I-64, I-270, U.S. Route 61. The St. Louis Fire Department responded to approximately 18 homes that were experiencing substantial flooding and trapped occupants. 6 people, 6 dogs rescued via boat. 15 other people choosing to shelter in place. Then, of course, you had the power outages. In excess of 20,000 in the region as of 10 o'clock Tuesday morning. Now, power restored to many by American, Missouri in the afternoon hours this past day, but they did report significant damage to some of the area substations and some of the electrical equipment there. As the waters receded this past afternoon, Jenkerson said there were reports of partial roof collapses on buildings, including several vacant properties stressed by the weight of the water. Widespread showers and storms were forecast into the late afternoon and evening hours. They were predicting another 1 to 2 inches, but again, I'm not seeing anything on the radar anywhere near St. Louis. Some shower activity in north central Missouri, but it's very light to moderate and not very widespread. At one point during the early hours Tuesday, nearly 1 million people in the densely populated metro area were in what they call a flash flood emergency, which is a National Weather Service alert withheld for the most extreme flooding events. Severe flooding also hit the St. Louis Lambert International Airport, which was still operational as of 8 o'clock this past morning. Meanwhile, the iconic Gateway Arch closed this past day as a result of the record rainfall. The big point is flash flooding doesn't end necessarily when the rain ends. The Darden Creek at St. Peters, dramatic rises early morning hours of Tuesday. Waters rose 7.8 feet between the hours of 2 and 3 at nearly an 8-foot rise in 1 hour along what typically is described as a creek. Nearly 9 inches in a 5-minute window. The water rose 9 inches in 5 minutes between 2 and 3 a.m. This is what flash flooding is all about. An example of how quickly the waters can rise in excessive rainfall events like what we saw Tuesday morning. Now, forecasters do tell us additional rounds of intense rainfall may re-emerge to keep flash flood dangers high from Kansas and Missouri all the way into Virginia for the rest of this week. I mean, we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday yet to come. As the week progresses, these daily rounds of rain are supposed to gradually continue to sink further and further south, eventually reaching down into Mississippi and Tennessee later this week. So let's look ahead. What do we see as we make our way into Wednesday? It's the heat dome that had been scorching the central and eastern states this past week, being pushed further south by this persistent weather system that's going to stretch from the Central Plains to the Central Appalachians. Again, in this setup, these downpours will be training or repeating in nature over the same location for several hours. Some areas may see heavy rains for several consecutive days. Now, just after torrential rain concerns were brought up on Monday, some areas in the central states, as we were just discussing, began to experience rapid flooding issues. St. Louis, of course, topping the list with anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of rain. And a flash flood emergency Tuesday morning. This is a long-duration rainfall event which is going to bring an expanding risk of flash flooding as more downpours occur with the passage of time. The ground's already moist across the eastern Ohio Valley, up the West Virginia. So the rainfall between now and Thursday, again, will have the potential to produce some major flash flooding. Many areas are still forecast to see a general 2 to 4 inches of rain between now and Thursday, stretching from southern Nebraska and northern Kansas over into southern Virginia and northern North Carolina. Still could be looking at 4 to 8 inches of rain. That's the forecast from central Missouri to central and southern West Virginia. And now AccuWeather says 24 inches of rain could occur in some areas. 2 feet of rain? Are you kidding me? Now, Virginia, you got a preview of what's to come when a severe storm brought some damage to helicopters at the naval station at Norfolk Chambers Field in Norfolk. No injuries reported there. The potential exists, though, for an event similar to what unfolded around St. Louis Tuesday morning to develop across areas from Kentucky to southern West Virginia, they say overnight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So that's why I'm keeping a close eye and see if things develop on the radar. As I think back when we were first getting the program started 24 hours ago, it was a distinct line of showers that were training, but as the night progressed, it broadened and expanded and enveloped, as I said, all the way from Indiana all the way back to Kansas. But again, training over the same areas for hours overnight last night. Given the localized nature of the rainfall, isolated amounts over 4 inches will be possible in a few spots throughout the entire threat area, pretty much like what occurred in St. Louis. Other cities in the path of potential rain will include stretching from Evansville, Indiana, to Louisville, Kentucky, to Charleston, West Virginia. Now, in the most extreme cases, 1 to 3 inches of rain may fall in just a couple hours' time. All right, we saw some immense flooding earlier this month. Remember the campground there near Gatlinburg? Flash flooding forcing hundreds to evacuate and a dozen to be rescued back on July the 12th. The next day, flash flooding produced a path of destruction in Buchanan County, there in southwestern Virginia, for miles along Dismal Creek there. Now, as we look ahead over the next few days, from Thursday to Saturday, that boundary between the very hot and versus the seasonable temperatures, which is producing these showers and thunderstorms, is going to begin to shift southward. Heaviest rain is going to be targeting areas across the Tennessee Valley. Could still see some additional rain over portions of the southern Appalachians as we look ahead toward next weekend as well. But yeah, so keeping a close eye on things overnight tonight. Very quiet in Kentucky at this hour. If things change, we will let you know. We'll check in with some of our listening friends. Who's on board out of the box here via YouTube, Facebook, and others via the email. Welcome aboard, overnightdriveradio.com, tncradio.live. Got the lineup, what's coming your way as we roll into a Wednesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Heavy D out of the box. First out of the box on YouTube. Who says, hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. Todd, first out of the box via Facebook this morning. Checking in from Western Montana. You guys are kind of cooking out there, aren't you? We're talking about the big heat wave in the Pacific Northwest, triple-digit highs that continues for several more days to come. Yeah, getting a little taste of what much of the eastern half of the country dealt with last week. Hello to Timothy. A nice 72 degrees here with some more rain in the forecast today in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Yeah, we're pretty much right there with you. I'm looking 71 degrees outside our secret bunker at this hour. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Bolt checking in with 65 degrees in Worcester, Mass. Enjoying some birthday cake from my friend playing video games. Hope everybody has a wonderful night. Joe checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Happy hump day. Everybody have a good night. Shorty says, check out the new song I sent you from John Rich. It's called Progress. Yeah, I got that email here a few minutes ago. Haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but I will do that. Shorty, thank you. Hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew checking in from Troy, Ohio this morning. Gerald says we got 79 outside in Dongola, Illinois tonight. Big shout out to you, Steve, my man, and I'm ready for another night of the drive. Everybody stay safe. All right. Hello, Colton. Colton's on board. What is she, something about, you're on a backup YouTube channel tonight, huh? Well, you're here. Welcome in, Colton. Steve, update on that crash on 75 South yesterday morning. That was a head-on, killing 3. It was a pickup truck going the wrong way. Yeah, we're going back 24 hours ago. It was right about this point in time we got notice about 75 South. That was in Kentucky. What was that, about the 38-mile marker? So a wrong way collision. 3 dead. Wow, sad. Hello to the Ice Cream Man checking in from the Sky Casino on I-40 in New Mexico. Had to rescue a trailer. Had a driver hit a horse on the highway. All right, good to have you on board. I guess that's Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, who says, I'm only here because I didn't win the Mega Millions jackpot. Well, same with me there, Scotty. He says, I got to go with Plan B for my retirement. That means work it is. Anyway, greetings from the left coast tonight. Having fun out there, right? Gonna get on board. Morning, Steve, the listeners, 74 degrees, dry here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to the Michigan Madman on board this morning. Happy hump day from Kevin. Hump yourself, Biden. A pleasantly cool night in northern Illinois. God bless all the truck drivers out there. Steve, you keep on keeping on. Will do. Buckeye Boy, what's going on? Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 77 degrees, kind of a humid night. Pretty much a worthless day. Went to get my fan belts changed at the mechanic, who's about 35 miles away. Got halfway there, realized I left them in my pickup. After calling to see if any place had them in stock, which they didn't, I drove back to my lot to get them. But upon arrival at my mechanic, we opened the hood and shortly realized neither one were the right belts anyway. That's what I get for going to a Peterbilt dealership to get parts for the MX-11 Packer engine that's in my truck. Yeah, it really stinks, but I'll be taking tomorrow off before I load Thursday to head to Albuquerque. Well, I'll be arriving Saturday night if all goes as planned. Be there until Thursday of next week on a project. Yeah, maybe have lunch with Heatwave while we're there one day. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Get a news break and to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House economic advisor Brian Deese said Tuesday that while U.S. inflation is hurting Americans in their wallets, at least they're not facing famine like some other countries. He shrugged off a question about the U.S. being on the brink of a recession.
Look, our focus is on trying to improve economic circumstances in this country. That's what we are focused on, and that's what all of our policies are designed to do.
The inflation rate hit 9.1% in June. A meteor that lit up the sky over Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas set off a sonic boom on Sunday night in Texas. People in towns between Austin and Houston reported hearing a loud explosion. Security cameras in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio recorded the fireball racing across the sky. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, our number 844-844-3388. Lines open here on a Wednesday morning. All right, first things first. Yeah, there's no doubt the Federal Reserve's going to raise interest rates today. Sometime this afternoon after the Open Market Committee meets. What we do not know is how much they will raise it. The CME groups, FedWatch, They've got a tool that tells us the prices of Fed fund futures. That's the financial products that let traders speculate on Fed policy. Currently implies a 75% chance of a 3/4 point hike, a 75 basis point hike, which is a bit of a spooky coincidence. The other 25% is for a 100 basis point hike. In other words, a full point hike. The odds have shifted around a lot. A week ago, the market was pricing in an almost 40% chance of a full 100 basis point hike. A month ago, it was pricing in 0%. The reason for this volatility, quite simple. We're in a period of very high uncertainty about what's happening in the economy. As a result, it's hard to predict what policy the Fed's going to adopt. But according to Breitbart, it's worth expanding on a bit more. To correctly predict the Fed's interest rate decision is not enough to know what the data is telling us about the economy. You also have to accurately gauge how the Fed will interpret that data. They might incorrectly interpret the data, which in recent months, and last year or so, they've got a pretty good darn track record of screwing it up. That's what they did when they were telling us inflation would be transitory, recall? So you have to account for possible error. On top of that, you have to evaluate what the Fed's reaction to the interpretation is going to be. But either way, we'll know when we come back here and kick things off on a Thursday morning at the midnight hour Eastern time. Will it be a another back-to-back 3/4 point hike, or an almost unprecedented full 1 point hike? Heard in the news break there a few moments ago that the inflation numbers soared to 9.1% in the month of June, of course. All right, get your calls in a moment. Chevy Guy on board. Coffee hot in the cup holder. Rolling to Lumber City, USA. Copy in the mail, all right? Hello to neighbor Dave. Hope you're feeling better with each passing day. It was good to hear from you last night. If you didn't catch it, he shared his full experience of going through the open heart surgery a couple weeks ago. So recovering at the home 20, finally. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. 93 degrees in Sarah, Oklahoma. Special one night only. Shout out to Chevy Guy. One night only. Marcelo Fernandez checks in. He says, hello from Brazil. Hello, EUA. Brazil champions. 5-time world champion, the best soccer. Yeah, big soccer fans there. Marcelo, good to have you on board. Hello to the Polar Cat from Fargo, North Dakota this morning. Pappy checks in with 69 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. What day is it? What day is it? Hammer down out there. Be safe. Hello to our friend Terry from Canada, present and accounted for. Heading to Laredo for Monday. Not looking forward to the high temperatures there. AC, please don't fail me now. No doubt. Yeah, everybody be safe out there. Hello to Lee Bollinger. Morning. Boy, some NASCAR drivers got hammered today. Well, yesterday. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, you're talking about, was there something additional to the disqualifications we saw over the weekend? I'll have to dig into that. What happened? Did they maybe levy some fines or penalties? Or I'll have to dig it up. See what's going on with Papa Deer Skinner, I believe it is. Hi there.
Hey, Steve. How are you this evening?
Doing well. What's happening out there?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just heading across 64, going east towards Virginia Beach, and thought I would give a shout out to anybody coming down the Sandstone Mountain. When you get to the bottom, there's a lot of water ponding. It's raining cats and dogs out there.
So is that right there along the West Virginia line? Because I'd seen some pretty heavy rain.
Yeah, it's right there, just east of Beckley, West Virginia, down on the big hill there. I'm at exit 181 on 64, almost right at the state line, and it's not raining hardly at all right now, but it's, I mean, there's water standing everywhere on 64. It's actually a little bit scary in the hammer lane there if you go to pass anybody.
Okay. Yeah, I refreshed my radar, and some of that heavy rain that was over in eastern West Virginia, a lot of that's moving over into western Virginia. 81, a lot of rain along 81 from about Staunton all the way back to Lewisburg, West Virginia. See some more development back into western portions of West Virginia and right along the West Virginia-Kentucky line. So maybe the forecasters are right. We could see development through the overnight hours.
It was raining really hard a little bit ago, and like you said, it sounds to me like I'm getting ready to hit it again.
All right. Well, be safe out there. Everything else going all right, though?
Oh, yeah. Everything else going good. Traffic, there's hardly no traffic out or anything like that. So, going good.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you checking in. Don't be a stranger there.
All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Yeah, locally we have, what they call an aerial flood watch. Flood watch. And much of Kentucky has this. This from the National Weather Service in Wilmington. Portions of southeast Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, they go through all the counties. It's in effect till 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying flood-prone locations. Multiple rounds of rainfall are possible overnight, allowing for the potential of flooding concerns. But again, as we speak at this moment, there's not much of anything going on out there. Ohio, here we're high and dry. We'll watch for any development through the overnight hours. But meanwhile, let's head on over to Heat Wave. What's going on this morning, Heat Wave?
Good morning, Senor. How y'all this morning?
Hanging with them.
I hear you. Well, if we didn't win the lottery, we can always dream about having won the lottery and what we would have done with all that money. For the folks traveling eastbound on Interstate 40 here in Arizona at 153, looked like they had a semi rolled over. They were in the cleaning stages, so if it's not if it wasn't cleaned up an hour ago, it ought to be cleaned up shortly. One thing, we've got enough of our own homegrown idiots out here driving the truck, and some may point at me and say, well, there's one. It's bad enough we got our own homegrown drivers acting like idiots, but then you get these foreigners out here that gas the truck to get up, to get that 6 feet extra space, because Lord have mercy, if another truck wanted to get in, they wouldn't want to get cut off. But then they hit the brakes, gun it, break it, gun it, break it. All I got to say to these people is this. It's called an accident for a reason. And there ain't no reason for you to act like an idiot because you are inconvenienced. Hell, we all were inconvenienced by this accident, but it's got to get cleaned up. It's got to get done. And your impatientness is not going to help any matters out here. So for all those that were in that mess, think about it. Patience is a virtue, and if you ain't got the patience, you don't need to be behind the wheel of a truck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Buckeye Boy again. I know he gave me a holler, and I don't know what my schedule's going to be like, but if I'm around when he's around, yeah, we'll go to the local Denny's over there at the Walmart in Edgewood and Yeah, we'll see what kind of horse leather we can sink our teeth into.
Mm-hmm.
And who was that? That was at the Sky City Casino there in New Mexico.
Hell,
But
who was that?
Said he had to pick up a trailer because someone hit a horse.
Yeah, he was rescuing a trailer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if he by chance were to call back, and if he could just pass along my number, hell, that'd be fantastic. I'm one of a handful of people out here on the West Coast. I don't get to see a whole lot of the listeners, and it's always great to make new friends out here. So they had a little bit of rain out here in Southern California, southeast. I was there at Needles, and it was cloudy. I got in this morning, and I took off about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Hell, I thought they had a swarm of bugs above us because there was nothing but rain coming down. So, yeah, it's been kind of off and on ever since Needles, and I'm just outside of Flagstaff now, so it's dry here. But I hope that rain continues to go towards New Mexico, because even though we are in a desert, we can never have enough rain.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing a whole lot of rain. Little rain north of Santa Fe, and there's some light rain from about Gallup up to Bloomfield. That's about it.
Well, better luck next time, just like the lottery. I was listening to Laura Ingraham on the Ingram Angle this evening, and she was actually giving praise to Nancy Pelosi.
Really?
For wanting to go over there to Taiwan.
Yeah.
And she says, you really ought to go ahead. Don't let China dictate your travel voucher or your traveling schedule. Do it. We can't allow China to think that they rule the roost. I don't know if we ever thought we had at one time or another, because we were always in a hot spot as far as the country went. But if she backs down from this supposed visit that they were talking about her doing, that is really going to put a serious dent in our already weakened state over here. And it's going to make a lot more countries around China become fearful of China. And they are going to kowtow to them because they don't want to be trampled on, like the way that they're treating Taiwan. They call that their sovereign territory. Well, the last I heard, Taiwan is its own entity, and it has its own sovereign territory. So I don't understand why folks do not see it for what it's worth. Another country is basically, it would be like us, the U.S., telling Mexico, you can't have your businesses down there, and you can't have your own military. We're going to, you're part of us. I don't think the Mexican government, as corrupt as it is, and as, would stand for that kind of, nonsense. But I don't know. I may be comparing apples to oranges here, but it's just the one time. Pelosi should not back down. She ought to just go ahead and take her wrinkled butt over there, and bring along a Republican, the House Minority Speaker, to show some sort of solidarity. To let the Taiwanese know that, we may have an inept president, and we may have a more inept vice president, but, the rest of us, we put value in what they believe in.
She's had several volunteer to go on volunteer to go along on the trip with her.
Secretary of State Pompeo, didn't he volunteer to go?
I think he was one of them. He said, "I'll meet you there." I don't know. I guess he didn't want to fly with her, but he said, "I'll meet you there." Who was it? Newt Gingrich, the former House Speaker many years ago, he was pretty much saying what you said, that this is, if we kowtow and bow to the wishes of Chinese President Xi, we're showing weakness. Like, okay, I'm sorry, you can tell us what to do, right? It don't work that way.
Right. Well, you know, if Nancy were to go there, and if China were to do anything to that aircraft she was on, I mean, it would absolutely show to the world just what kind of villains we're dealing with a country of over 1 billion people over there.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know what else to say about it. You know, if Trump were in office, and I'll say this flat out, and I can hear all the criticism starting to get, put in the chambers, but if Trump were still in office, we would have so many things going for us. One, we wouldn't just be energy independent, we would be energy dominant. And instead of our enemies laughing at us like they are now, they would be fearful of what the next move would be. Europe would be taken care of with our own natural gas that we have an overabundance of, our oil, which we have an overabundance of. They would not be dependent upon Russia, China, or whoever else is an oil exporter out there that would, grab them by the short hairs anytime that there is a situation brewing, and they wouldn't be dependent on these people.
Right.
Plus, I think Europe has their own, but with their rules and regulations, they're kind of kept from drilling and exploration of their own resources.
I mean, most of those European Union countries are all on that, on the climate change bandwagon. They're all on board with this. Get off the fossil fuels. As a matter of fact, I think most of them agreed this past day. Russia's continuing to cut the natural gas imports through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. I think they're going to cut it down to like 20% of capacity. So they're kind of freaking out over there. I mean, wintertime is around the corner, and they need the natural gas. They've all agreed to implement, 15% cuts across the European nations between now and the winter to try to save up enough to get them through the winter. But we get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll be patiently waiting. Is there someone out there, or maybe multiple individuals? Sometimes 2, 3, 4 have to split the pot, right? In the $830 million Mega Millions. You're hard pressed to really win anything. Either you've got to hit the jackpot, or you got to get the 5 white balls without the Mega Millions ball. That's like $1 million, which with the 3 times multiplier, it would be $3 million, which was 3 times for tonight's drawing. But I mean, you don't win much. You match 3 of the white balls, but you miss the mega ball. It's like $10. If you match 3 and you get the mega ball, $198. You match 4 numbers for the white balls, and that's only $481. You match 4 and the mega ball, $6,979. You got to match all 5 to hit the million and miss the mega ball. The odds of matching 5 and not hitting the mega ball is 1 in 12 points. 1 in 12 point some million are the odds. So that's a hell of a lot better than the actual jackpot odds are 1 in 300 million. Very low odds. All right, news break coming up here, top of the hour. We'll close out hour number 1. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Good news from Tom Kelly, our friend there at tncradio.live. He was asking for prayers for the newborn granddaughter, which had been in intensive care. He said, our granddaughter was released from the hospital. She's not out of danger yet, but with the right monitors and the medicine, the doctors believe it's safer for her to actually be at home. So that's great news, right? Woohoo. All right, we'll be back after this as we close out hour number 1. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
It doesn't look good for a second term of President Joe Biden. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has tied his boss in a new poll out of New Hampshire released while the president continues to isolate for COVID-19. Buttigieg is at 17%, with Biden at 16% in the new University of New Hampshire poll, which asked likely Democratic voters about potential 2024 candidates. Trailing far behind is Vice President Kamala Harris at 6%. North Dakota's only abortion clinic is preparing for what could be its final day of performing procedures, with a trigger ban due to take effect Thursday. Some say that will force patients to travel hundreds of miles to receive care, pending the clinic's relocation across the border to Minnesota. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former Vice President Mike Pence pleaded with young Americans to take the pro-life cause to every state house in America.
Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the Young Americans Foundation in Washington, D.C. Tuesday morning.
To restoring the unalienable right to life for every American, born and unborn. So we must not rest. We must not relent. We must not tire until we've restored the sanctity of life to the center of American law in every state in the nation. We save the babies, we'll save America.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Newly released polling data shows most parents are not interested in vaccinating their young kids. The Kaiser Family Foundation released the survey Tuesday, which showed that 83% of parents with children under 5 years of age who are eligible for the vaccine are not planning to get their child vaccinated right now. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRouche. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Security at the southern border continues to be a disaster. Tim Berg reports.
DHS reports the amount of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border without being apprehended has increased significantly. Appearing on Fox News, McAllen, Texas Mayor Javier Villalobos says it's an increase they've expected.
We have the initial impact, and there's no question about it. That's why we kept on saying, hey, look, we need help. We need action by our feds.
He says he believes it's a national crisis. The Biden administration is considering offering temporary ID cards to illegal immigrants waiting for their asylum cases to be processed. It could help law enforcement track illegal immigrant encounters while they wait for their asylum cases to be processed.
Democrats are dropping millions of dollars to keep Republican frontrunner Tudor Dixon from getting the GOP nomination in Michigan to face Democrat incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer in November. The TV buys from a group called Put Michigan First are worth more than $2 million. The new ads only run from Wednesday through primary day on August 2nd. The first ad calls Dixon dangerous for Michigan and accuses her of wanting to slash the annual budget for the state police by up to $500 million annually. The Dixon campaign said Dixon is committed to law enforcement across the state and said Governor Whitmer is the one who supports the spirit of defund the police. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2, round number 2. Whoever that was who sent me the little blurb, a couple in NASCAR, a couple guys getting hammered this past day. Michael Mcdowell, apparently. Michael McDowell was penalized 100 Cup Series driver points due to an improperly modified part of his front row motorsports number 34 Ford that actually finished 6th Sunday there at Pocono. Crew chief was fined $100,000, issued a 4-race suspension. So if Mcdowell wins one of the 5 remaining races in the regular season, the team will lose 10 playoff points. Team was also docked 100 owner points for the level 2 infraction that was announced this past afternoon. Front Row Motorsports spokesman tells NBC Sports the team has no immediate comment, but likely would have address with it with a statement. They'll talk about it later today at some point Wednesday. A NASCAR spokesperson said they have till 5 o'clock Friday to file an appeal. All right. Okay. 100 points, that's big. Knocks the crap out of you in the standings, right? Then we got checking in here. Jimmy Jammer is on board. Hello, Jimmy Jammer. Double trucker. Hello, 66 degree, beautiful in Lodi. Hooked up and headed back to Western New York. Let's go, Brandon. Eskimo Mom, hi there. Happy Monday. Or hump day. Depends on who you are. Depending on your perspective, right? Got the infamous, can you do me a favor from Dispatch? So I'm finishing a double drop at an indie store with an extra trailer move. Had a little bit of drizzle earlier, but that's about it. Richard is on board from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Hello to Steve, Colton, all the listeners out there. Good morning, Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, and Steve Sommers from Meridian, Mississippi at the yard. Got a delivery in Baton Rouge tomorrow. Safe miles to all the drivers out there. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Great to have y'all on board. All right. Wednesday, so yeah, hump day. Coming up later this morning, stick around to tncradio.live right after the overnight drive. Yeah, Wednesday, it's all about the ladies. 5 a.m., Shannon Courier's next episode of The Southern Route includes everything from Shannon's best friend to the taste testing of ice cream. Then it's Women Road Warriors with Shelley and Kathy. Finally coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday morning. It's the host of Let's Talk Supply Chain, Sarah Barnes Humphrey. This week, the Thoughts and Coffee discussion involves how the supply chain issues have impacted everything, and we still have the bumpiest road coming up. Of course, later Wednesday afternoon. Don't forget you can call in live with Captain Tom Kirk. Keep on talking live. Where each week they open up the counter of knowledge, as they call it. Taking on another trucking hot topic today. There's a pretty good chance you'll hear a cartoon character or two with an opinion later on this afternoon. Hear it all on tncradio.live. Remember, you can use the app on your phone or your tablet for a safe one-button dialing to call Tom Kirk Show. And, of course, you can do the same to speak with me, Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive. Speaking of industry headlines, all right, we already touched on the rain that shuttered many roadways in St. Louis this past day, including I-70 right there in St. Louis County. Yeah, shutdowns on 370 near St. Louis Mills Mall. I-270 just south of I-70 was underwater. Multiple locations of I-70 in St. Charles County. Obviously, waters have now had a chance to recede, but what a mess of a day it was. 2 people hurt after a trailer came loose from a semi-truck, spilling a load of storage racks just before 12:30 Monday afternoon in Douglas County, Colorado. According to the local ABC affiliate, the semi was on I-25, collided with a four-wheeler. That collision caused the trailer to come loose, break open, allowing that load of rolling metal storage racks to roll all over the interstate. Firefighters had to extricate one person from the wrecked vehicle. That person was transported with serious injuries, and the truck driver sustained minor injuries as well. Things were shut down till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon there. And one other tidbit from the southern border. A Mexican truck driver admitting to transporting more than 100 illegals in his trailer earlier this year. 36-year-old Martin Runda Alcorta pleading guilty. That announcement on July the 25th, a couple days ago. The Department of Justice reports Alcorta drove erratically through an intersection and an inspection lane at the Border Patrol checkpoint north of Laredo and nearly struck a canine officers. Authorities eventually got him to stop, searching the trailer where they discovered 110 people. During his plea, though, he admitted he was desperate for money at the time of the attempted smuggling. He actually sought out a smuggler himself and agreed to drive the illegals from Laredo to San Antone for a fee of $5,000. Although he was previously a truck driver, he admitted that he's out of practice, as he put it. Out of practice? Yeah, Alcorta was a border crossing visa holder out of Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, now facing up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 maximum fine. Some of our industry headlines here on a Wednesday morning. What do you say, Gilligan?
Good morning, listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the overnight drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive. In the news this evening, down at the Coswell Quarters, Dry Goods, Hot Shot, and Distillery, there seemed to be a disturbance yesterday afternoon. Seems like Martha Smith and Judy Sloanacre was in an argument over a particular hat. We found out that she had been partaking of the distilleries, distilled beverages, and maybe that played a part in it. Nobody was hurt during the exchange. The 3 hats were destroyed. Mrs. Cogswell was really upset, though, because her prize-winning hat from the county fair was destroyed in the exchange. She was really particularly fond of her navy blue, velvet, and cranberry hat. Unfortunately, it is a total loss.
Oh, that's sad.
Now a word from our sponsor. GMA Enterprises is proud to let everybody know that their pet supplies are in stock. Yes, that's right. Protect your outside critters. Yes, that's right. We must keep our outside pets out of the rain and the snow and the sleet. Yes, the umbrellas for your outside pond to keep your fish out of the rain is in full supply for the incredible low price of $19.95.
Yeah. Two easy
umbrellas.
Installments of $19.95. Where's the dynamite? I got to get dynamite. Catch your breath. he must have been working. He's all out of breath. Hey, the deadline for nominating America's top rookie military veteran is days away here, July 31st. It's called the Transition Trucking. They've been doing this for several years now. A year-long competition that's open to veterans, Guard members, and reservists who've made the successful transition to the trucking industry after their military service. Presented by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation Hiring Our Heroes program. Kenworth and Fastporth, a top driver will be determined by an expert panel of judges. They have to meet 3 eligibility requirements, which include must have been active military or member of the National Guard or Reserve, graduated from a PTDI certified or CVTA member driver training school with a valid CDL, and must have been first hired into a trucking position between January 1 of 2021 and July 31st of this year. Could be a brand new hire over the next few days. After the nomination period ends, they'll have a top 10 revealed that will be followed by the announcement of the final 3 sometime this fall. at which point public voting opens after those final 3 are announced, and the winner to be recognized during a ceremony featuring industry professionals, military officials, and, of course, the media. Winner is actually handed the keys to a fully loaded Kenworth T680 provided by Kenworth, valued at about $155,000. Not too shabby, huh? Transition Trucking will also recognize the employer or the CDL credentialing institution that hired and trained said driver. Transition Trucking website estimates more than 30% of America's trucking industry are military veterans. Yeah, nearly a third of the industry out there. I wouldn't doubt that one little bit. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into...
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, one other tidbit in regard to NASCAR. Yeah, Lee Allen said there was more. Yeah, we had touched over the last few nights about the whole disqualification of the number 1, number 2 finishers, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch. So Joe Gibbs Racing actually opted to not even file an appeal. So yeah, Chase Elliott got the win last weekend. But NASCAR also has a problem with loose lug nuts. You know, when they transitioned to this next-gen car this year, a lot of things changed. New transmission, independent rear suspension, 18-inch wheels fastened by a single lug nut, rather than what, for all those years, traditionally was 5 small lug nuts. The introduction of the single lug wheels has resulted in obviously a lot faster pit stops. But an awful lot of wheels loose are coming off the damn car. Now, they had the 5 lug wheels on the previous generation car that, wheel would still stay on if a tire changer only had, like, say, 3 out of the 5 torqued down. But this new single lug on the next-gen car allows a tire changer just one chance to make sure the wheel is tight. There's a lot of variables as to why we've seen so many loose wheels. That ranges from the design of the components on the new car to the sheer speed that these pit crews are moving during a typical pit stop. I mean, it's fast. The 5-lug pit stops had been perfected over the years. Teams kind of figured out how to be efficient, bring down the average pit stop time for a 4-tire change into the 13-second range. Yeah, with 5 lugs. But the introduction of the single lug wheels changed that dramatically. You know, teams are averaging a 4-tire change in the 10-second range. Some have even dipped down into the 8s. The number 18 crew of Kyle Busch completing a 4-tire change at Kansas Speedway in 8.96 seconds back in the month of May. I mean, that's fast. Yeah, the biggest change, though, is how quick the tire changers have to move now. So, yeah, what do you say? You know, I don't think I got that tight. Do you say anything, or do you just let it go and cross your fingers, hope and pray the wheel doesn't come off? All right. A lot of that going on. We kind of saw that coming. The writing was on the wall. Now, of course, they've had the 1-lug deal on the likes of IndyCar for years, right? All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Oh, I guess we're supposed to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Can you believe it? It's Hump Day.
Yeah, how did that happen again already? Where did that... Where's the summer gone?
Yep.
Where is the summer gone? We're talking the next time this is going to happen, it's going to be August.
You're right. Last weekend of July coming up. I can't believe it.
Yep. So anyways, the other day I posed a question there, about the Colorado Creek and then Pond Mead and all that. Where's the water? I guess we got an answer, didn't we?
It's in St. Louis.
St. Louis at this point. Yeah. Oh, I know West Virginia had some there a while back there. They had their share of flooding, but anyways, of course, all the climate change people and, all of them are out there blowing their horns saying how, it's the worst disaster we've ever faced and all that. And, we don't, it's just the internal combustion engine. I just can't believe that they haven't gone back and cited all the people that during the industrial revolutions, from the 1820s, 1830s, 1840s, that burned all that coal and oil and whale oil and put all that pollution up in the air, and I just can't believe that they haven't gone back and tried to find to figure out what companies are still in business that have some sort of tie to the industrial revolution, and I don't know, maybe they ought to go after the Rockefellers there for starting drilling oil out there in Pennsylvania, Standard Oil and all that. But I don't know, crazy this world.
Do you remember you asked another question a couple nights ago as well, totally different subject, but about the chips, this legislation about giving subsidies to the chip manufacturers? You said, I kind of wonder, any representatives there in D.C. have any maybe investment, stocks in these chip companies? Lo and behold, would you ever believe Nancy Pelosi's husband does?
Absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely, he does. Sure, he knew which company to invest which chip company to invest his money in, and I bet you it wasn't Lay's or Ruffles either, was it?
It was not.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah. But so speaking of Nancy Pelosi, what is she talking about? Having another booze flight there? She gonna have a booze plane going to Taiwan? Is this what I'm hearing?
How crap-faced could she be when she gets off the plane over there?
I tell you what, they probably won't allow them to fly there just because of the alcohol content involved there. But anyways, I don't know what else do we have going for you here? Not a whole lot. Kind of in our local news here, we got some guy there that apparently was riding one of the local metro buses there and put a little graffiti on one of the seats there that said something about the Baltimore City mayor, and I guess it was enough that the Baltimore County prosecutor is considering charging him with a hate crime. And this apparently is a one-legged man, and they figured out who it was. They figured out who it was. These, through, closed circuit cameras and everything. I mean, this is like the crime of the century, almost as bad as the littering job there from Alice's restaurant. And they used all kinds of cop equipment to find out who this perpetrator was that did this, and got a hold of him, arrested him. He has admitted to it. And they asked him if he felt like he was, was going to threaten the mayor of the city of Baltimore, and he's like, I couldn't get within 200 yards of that, man, even if I wanted to. So no, I don't have any reason to go. He said, I was just upset. I seen a bunch of crap in the news, and I was upset, and it probably wasn't the best place to write them down, but he put some sort of hate speech or something. So they're thinking about prosecuting him with some hate crime. But meanwhile, through the rest of the crimes there, especially like Baltimore City, the city state's attorney there that we have right now for the Baltimore, who actually is out of her job because she did not win her primary, but they're not prosecuting the major crimes that are going on. The real crimes that are going on.
Right.
It's like, wait a minute. You're going to prosecute some one-legged guy that's possibly, being upset has written something down on a metro bus seat that is kind of hate speech to the mayor, which there's absolutely no way that anything is ever going to come about of. You're going to prosecute him, but you're letting all the regular crime go. And it's like, what is wrong with this world? And then did you catch that Lester Holt did a special one-on-one interview with Merrick Garland there, talking about January 6th insurrection and
and Garland's he's contemplating actually trying to file charges against Trump.
So how is that going to work? We've had this kangaroo court thing going on in Congress where there's no cross-examination whatsoever, that they're making all their cases with hearsay information and all that. How is all that information going to transition to going to like a real court where you might actually have cross-examination?
It's all a bunch of talk. I mean, there was even more that came out yesterday, which we have to get to that after the break. But yeah, because we're up to the bottom of the hour. But we'll be back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
While President Biden boasted on social media about the modest decrease in gas prices, angry critics pointed out that prices are still up sharply since the president took office. The president's messaging on gas prices has gone through many changes, with Biden saying in June there was little he could do to lower prices at the pump. Biden recently switched strategies and bragged that the lower prices are tied to his decision to release barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Operations at the Port of Oakland resumed this week after several days of disruptions caused by truckers protesting a California labor law. Truckers protesting the gig worker law disrupted operations at the port last week, blocking cargo from moving in or out of the port. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter. the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, where we leave off there? Oh, yeah. This kangaroo court. Just another witch hunt, right? We pretty much spent the entire, should not say we, the Democrats have spent the entire summer prime time investigative hearings that ended Thursday night pretty much exactly where it began. No real answers, unable or unwilling to answer the essential questions of what happened on January the 6th. Chief among them, if Donald Trump wanted to incite violence that fateful day, as the critics suggest, then why did he order the Pentagon to have a large military force ready to quell a disturbance? And why did a Democrat-led Congress turn down the assistance of National Guard troops in the face of intelligence warnings that there could be violence? Those were the biggest questions going in. By their own admission, Democrats set up the hearing to evade those questions. They declared any questions about what Nancy Pelosi knew about the potential for violence and when she knew it were off limits from the get-go. You can't ask those questions. Secret Service agents never called to testify about whether Cassidy Hutchinson's story about Trump trying to force his limousine to go to the Capitol were true. And questions about how those in charge of Capitol security responded to FBI and Homeland Security warnings about potential violence. They were never asked, of course, so they were not answered. Rather, this committee put on hearsay testimony from Hutchinson. And then they released partial transcripts or video snippets of testimony without allowing Republicans or even Trump's own lawyers to cross-examine the witnesses or challenge any of the narrative that's been offered to the American people. We've been citing Alan Dershowitz a lot as of late. He said, quote, "It's the first time this has happened in my lifetime since McCarthyism. It's despicable. The idea that they would interview this witness and allow her to testify to hearsay about the president jumping toward the wheel without first asking the eye and ear witnesses. I've never heard of a lawyer doing that in my 60 years of practicing law. It's not only unethical, it's not only unfair, it's bad lawyering." Dershowitz said the committee Democrats and the two anti-Trump Republicans, Cheney and Kinzinger, created a clear perception with their performance of being partisan zealots. They were not truth seekers. There's a former career federal prosecutor, David Sullivan, that said the entire January accountability process, both at the Justice Department and the congressional hearings, actually raised questions of fairness and gave viewers a reason to tune out what they proved to be very scripted interrogations. He said Democrats likely would have gained more credibility or traction if they had let Republicans offer contrary evidence and engaged in true cross-examination, which they did not. Now, all summer long, Democrats have argued Trump intended and eventually succeeded in inciting violence that day. The Select Committee found evidence about a lot more than incitement here. Now, that's what they claimed. But the hearings have been undercut by one fundamental fact, which is Trump's actions before the riot began included urging supporters to, quote, peacefully and patriotically express their opinions. He also ordered his top aides to ensure there was a large contingent of National Guard troops at the ready to ensure no trouble ensued. A Capitol Police timeline obtained by Just the News shows the Trump Pentagon first offered National Guard troops to the Capitol Police January the 2nd, a full 4 days before January the 6th. The police turned down that offer and then began to have second thoughts. The Capitol Police then asked their political minders, the House Sergeant-at-Arms, chief among them, for permission to accept the troops on January the 4th. They were turned down on the ground that such a show of force would create bad optics, according to the records. But the most compelling piece of evidence that Trump wanted to thwart, rather than incite violence, is contained in a lengthy memo written by the Pentagon Inspector General that actually chronicled the assistance the Defense Department had offered Congress both ahead of and during the riot. In it, the Inspector General recounts a fateful meeting on January 3rd in the White House when the then acting Defense Secretary, Christopher Miller, and General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, met with Trump on national security matters. Now, these things, you're not hearing these things in the January 6th committee hearings, are you? Now, the complete passage, never mentioned by Democrats at the hearings or the news media covering them, is worth absorbing in its entirety. Mr. Miller and General Milley met with the president at the White House at 5:30 p.m., according to the Inspector General report. The primary topic they discussed was unrelated to the scheduled rally. General Milley told us at the end of the meeting, the president told Mr. Miller there would be a large number of protesters on January the 6th, and Mr. Miller should ensure sufficient National Guard or soldiers would be there to make sure it was a safe event. General Milley told us that Mr. Miller responded by saying, quote, "We've got a plan and we've got it covered." That's the truth behind what happened before January the 6th. Now you tell me, is that inciting violence? Or is that trying to make sure thousands of people that they knew would show up had proper law enforcement on hand to prevent violence? That's the truth of the narrative, but you will not hear that. Hey, Kentucky Ken. All right, we already said hello to Kentucky Ken. We've got Hillbilly Tex on board. Still ringing the cowbell this morning. Morning to Mr. Q. Hello, Mr. Quigley. In and on my way to Cincinnati, headed to the home 20. Now, let's see. James says, if Trump can be charged by this sham investigation, that means they can do the same thing to any average citizen. James, I would say yes, absolutely. Hello to Brett. Morning, my city, St. Charles, Missouri, 12 inches of rain. Yeah, 1 foot of rain. It's bad. It sucks. More rain tonight. Oh, boy. Yeah, you don't need any more rain, do you? All right, let me get back to the calls here. Let's see. I was going to get back to your horse feathers because I wanted to share that whole thing about January 6th because that's kind of where we were talking about before the news break there. But you're not hearing that. You're not hearing the truth. And those are the actual documents from the Inspector General report from the Pentagon. Why don't they bring these things up? Trump ordered them. He told him explicitly, make sure we've got National Guard or soldiers here to make sure it's a safe event. And General Milley says, Mr. Miller's response, we've got a plan. We've got it covered. We've got it covered. Obviously, they didn't. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I kind of made a disjointed call there last night about civilization. But what you're talking about right now with that whole Washington, D.C. January 6th thing, do you know of any organizations that are really going after that jail in D.C. that's holding people without a trial or talking to attorneys. I don't understand why like Freedom Watch or Judicial Watch or the American Center for Law and Justice, I don't understand why they're not up there beating the drums and following all kinds of legal maneuvers, discovery, lawsuits, or whatever, because that would be in the D.C. court, which that D.C. Circuit Court, they're pretty liberal. But if they could get those people to trial, then they would have to come up with the various videotapes that are supposedly being suppressed. It would be an alternative, what I want to say here, it would be an alternative view that Nancy Pelosi would have no power over to suppress. If you understand what I mean, there'd be another narrative getting out there like you were talking about. That she's been able to suppress a lot of this narrative, but I don't think if there were several lawsuits filed and they all would seek some of this evidence under discovery, that the evidence would get out there whether she liked it or not. But, that's just my opinion on it. And like I said, I haven't seen any evidence of anybody really going to bat for these people en masse. I mean, these people have to be somewhere, excuse me. So their families or somebody should be raising Cain about trying to find out where they are. But anyway, let me hurry up real quick on the civilization thing. Like I said, I made a call real quick there last night, and this will probably upset some of your listeners, but by and large, when you look at all the different religions around the world and everything else, and if you believe in creation theory, we know there's been several different instances of man around the world, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, and eventually to Homo sapiens. So the person that was created early, and Adam and Eve, that they don't have the same DNA makeup that we have today. And by the time Jesus Christ was born, he was one of the Homo sapiens. And so when you look at all the various religions and archaeology and anthropology around the world, mankind was a pretty brutal person, and a lot of the societies were cannibalistic and believed in human sacrifice. And some of the most violent societies were those that worshipped the reptile in one form or another. I think Egypt, they always had the cobra, and China had the dragon and some others. And that was the point that I was making, is China is one of those societies that life is very cheap. So to them, if you don't agree with them, you're worthless. So they will make as much money off body parts as they can. And that's what I was referring to with people. Our society seems to be kind of headed that direction, that we think life is cheap, whether it's shootings or road rage or abortion or whatever, or if people get too old, give them a pill and let them die.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start thinking that life is cheap, your whole attitude or view of everything begins to change, and it's not for the best. And with China, they intend to take over the world. I mean, they have their, they call it, their Belt and Road Initiative. And we sit here like a knot on a log, and it's like, they bought, the country, they bought a lot of companies in a certain country, or they have a contact with them or whatever. And or they've loaned out a lot of money to third world countries that can't possibly repay it. But in that loan condition was they got certain assets from those third world countries. And I believe it's been a while back, maybe 5-6 years ago, that the International Monetary Fund was raising all kinds of cane because China was loaning money to people, to countries, third world countries, that didn't have a prayer of a chance of paying it back for these projects, and they were of no immediate benefit to those countries. One of them being the fellow of the Nicaragua Canal. I don't know if to compete with the Panama Canal, but since China now basically runs the Panama Canal, I don't know if that project's still on board or not. is it Santa Claus? That's from Nicaragua.
Right.
You might know more about that. But the last I heard of that, the Ortega brothers that are supposedly, communists, and they were the Sandinistas and all that way back when in the 80s, that are now in control. They were just going in and taking land from the peasants in order to build that canal. And that's just one of the examples. So by and large, like I said, when I was talking, last night about the civilizations that basically worship the great serpent or the snake or whatever, and you can really look a lot of that up. And it's not Art Bell stuff. This is stuff that's from archaeologists and that have studied various civilizations.
Gotcha.
And also anthropologists that have looked at the DNA progression through mankind. And that's like, when we go besting with the messenger RNA for these vaccines, I'm not exactly sure they really know what they're doing. Like I said, I had a family member that had to get a transplant, and he had to take those anti-rejection drugs, which basically reduces immunity. So, all through COVID, I did all the stuff, wear the mask and all that, because he would just about lose it if somebody wasn't following the procedure, because he was highly susceptible to infection, like some other people were. But and that's, well, like I said, getting back to the swapping body parts, is I just think that we have the technology now to take T cells from a diseased body organ and grow another one that would be that it would be your DNA makeup. Maybe I'm wrong, but if we can clone sheep and everything else, I think that they should be able to take cells and make you a new healthy organ. But maybe that's all science fiction stuff rather than trying to rob body parts from other people.
Maybe you.
But anyway,
get on that, Vic. I mean, you could be the next billionaire. Who wants to be a billionaire? All right, about 7 before the hour, and a quick 2-minute timeout. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a Florida man story for you. A Florida man, oh boy. A Florida man arrested for attempting to enter Patrick Space Force Base to warn the U.S. Space Force about U.S. aliens fighting with Chinese dragons. Uh-oh. According to WESH television, 29-year-old Corey Johnson of Ocala, Florida, stole a Ford F-150 from Riviera Beach before driving to the Space Force base to alert officials about the extraterrestrial battle. Johnson claimed to be working on behalf of President Biden, who Johnson said had directed him to steal the truck and alert the Space Force, according to deputies. Johnson was blocked from carrying out his plan when he was arrested while trying to enter the base. Ultimately booked at Brevard County Jail, charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. Bond was set at $3,000. Johnson's plot, though, comes at the same time NASA revealed it may try to use some old satellites to hunt for aliens. According to the space agency's Science Mission Directorate, according to the Telegraph, this team is going to be looking at questions like, do we have sensors that can see things? You know, take another look at the evidence. One of the big questions the Thomist asked is, we have a ton of satellites looking down at the Earth. Are any of them useful? According to the deputy administrator of NASA. But back to the Florida man. I mean, when you talk about these laws and somebody that maybe should be on the can't purchase a firearm list, you think, red flag or whatever. Somebody's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. U.S. aliens fighting Chinese dragons. Ain't no telling what's going through this guy's brain. Yeah, make sure he gets on that list. Don't want him to be going out purchasing a fire, because he may take it upon himself to begin fighting the aliens or the dragons himself, if you know what I mean. All right, we'll close out hour number 2. We'll get back with your calls just ahead at 844-844. 3388. What's on your mind? Hey, hump day it is. Mike. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
It doesn't look good for a second term of President Joe Biden. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has tied his boss in a new poll out of New Hampshire released while the president continues to isolate for COVID-19. Buttigieg is at 17%, with Biden at 16% in the new University of New Hampshire poll, which asked likely Democratic voters about potential 2024 candidates. Trailing far behind is Vice President Kamala Harris at 6%. North Dakota's only abortion clinic is preparing for what could be its final day of performing procedures with a trigger ban due to take effect Thursday. Some say that will force patients to travel hundreds of miles to receive care pending the clinic's relocation across the border to Minnesota. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now. now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former Vice President Mike Pence pleaded with young Americans to take the pro-life cause to every state house in America.
Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the Young Americans Foundation in Washington, D.C. Tuesday morning.
To restoring the unalienable right to life for every American, born and unborn. So we must not rest. We must not relent. We must not tire until we've restored the sanctity of life to the center of American law in every state in the nation. We save the babies, we'll save America.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Newly released polling data shows most parents are not interested in vaccinating their young kids. The Kaiser Family Foundation released the survey Tuesday, which showed that 83% of parents with children under 5 years of age who are eligible for the vaccine are not planning to get their child vaccinated right now. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Security at the southern border continues to be a disaster. Tim Berg reports.
DHS reports the amount of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border without being apprehended has increased significantly. Appearing on Fox News, McAllen, Texas Mayor Javier Villalobos says it's an increase they've expected.
We have the initial impact, and there's no question about it. That's why we kept on saying, hey, look, we need help. We need action by our feds.
He says he believes it's a national crisis. The Biden administration is considering offering temporary ID cards to illegal immigrants waiting for their asylum cases to be processed. It could help law enforcement track illegal immigrant encounters while they wait for their asylum cases to be processed.
Democrats are dropping millions of dollars to keep Republican frontrunner Tudor Dixon from getting the GOP nomination in Michigan to face Democrat incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer in November. The TV buys from a group called Put Michigan First are worth more than $2 million. The new ads only run from Wednesday through primary day on August 2nd. The first ad calls Dixon dangerous for Michigan and accuses her of wanting to slash the annual budget for the state police by up to $500 million annually. The Dixon campaign said Dixon is committed to law enforcement across the state and said Governor Whitmer is the one who supports the spirit of defund the police. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
One Indiana family tastes its first victory in minis. Another sentimental favorite quenches a long drought. Ader maximizes his weekend in Unlimited, and the championship pulling season has moved beyond its midsummer oasis in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the Ncpa Overnight Radio Report. The heat of the action surpassed the reading on the thermometer at the Lions Super Bowl of the South this past weekend in Middle Tennessee. The NTPA's second Super National of the season was presented by the Volunteer State's largest Lions Club organization as their annual fundraiser, and they welcomed over 50 competitors to Lions Motorsports Park for two hooks that can often determine the direction of a championship season. In Pro Stocks, Rhett Parrish of Marion, Kentucky, took the last draw to his first Premier level victory with his El Nino Case IH on Friday. Then on Saturday, Corey Bob of Brownstown, Indiana, converted an early hook into a win with the Wishmeyer Trucking Whiskey Wild John Deere. In Superstock Diesel, 2021 titleist Travis Schlabach maintained his point lead with a first and a third across the two sessions. The Marengo Iowan and his Bone Twister International now lead the Blagraves Red Horse by 13.5 points and Kent Payne Super Rooster by 14. Payne of Veedersburg, Indiana, was the Saturday night winner. In four-wheel drive, it was ladies' night times 2. In Session 1, Baldwin, Wisconsin's Lisa Peterson reversed a few seasons of frustration in Chapel Hill and elsewhere by scoring a huge win with her Profab Chevrolet. Then in Session 2, defending champion Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan, reprised her highlight victory of last season by topping the field with the Foster Child bow tie. In Minis,
I'm in awe. We love on here. This is a dream come true. This is all I've ever wanted to do in my whole life. This is just awesome.
that was Grant Theobald of Shelbyville, Indiana, courtesy of Ncpa.tv, who scored his first win Friday aboard Little Wicked, a brand new Mini on the circuit for 2022. At the other end of things, grizzled veteran Adam Kester of Wadesville, Indiana, picked up his most recent of several statement victories Saturday with the Shell Rotella-sponsored Beast of Burden.
That was the best run I've had in a very, very long time. I'm just ecstatic to be here. This is like a hometown track to me with my wife's family being from around here. At the end, I had to throw my fist up because it's been a long time coming. It feels good to just be able to come out here at a beautiful facility and put on a good show.
This week is the busiest for the Grand National schedule, as the NTPA has two polls on Friday and Saturday, July 29th and 30th, both within sight of the Indiana border. In Brandenburg, Kentucky, it's the Meade County Grand Nationals at the fairgrounds, where light super stocks, super farms, pro stocks, and two-wheel drives will pass through the tunnel and enter the natural amphitheater where there is not a bad seat in the house. For info, visit meadekyfair.com. Meanwhile, in Fort Recovery, Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park. There, it's Superstock diesel tractors, Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds, plus regional modifieds both nights, with limited pros on Friday and light pros on Saturday. The only decision for a first-time visitor, Grandstand or Hillside. Check out fortpool.com. And if two Grand Nationals weren't enough, the NTPA's strong slate of regional national events rolls on. Thursday and Friday, July 28th and 29th, it's the Coors Light Shootout in Anoka, Minnesota. Friday, the Union County Fair Pool invades Marysville, Ohio. And on Saturday, July 30th, Region 3 takes center stage with the Throwdown at Hoedown in Houston, Minnesota, and the Dunn County Fair Nationals in Menominee, Wisconsin. Learn about all these great events before and how they finished after at ncpapull.com. Reporting for the NCPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, John Dunlap. Yeah, headed up to Fort Recovery. Josh will be on his way. Actually spoke to Josh earlier before we got things fired up this evening. Kind of excited. Going to be taking... actually going to get to take his wife and his firstborn child. Going to have the baby with him there. Fort Recovery this weekend, Ambassador Park for the NTPA Fort Recovery Grand Nationals. So yeah, he'll be there, have the vendor booth set up, stop by, say hello, pick up some Hot Shot Secret products. Meanwhile, Kyle will head to Crossville, Tennessee. Going to be a busy weekend. Also, Friday, Saturday, for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, RLC's Rocky Top Diesel Shootout, number 9. Crossville Drag Bay there in Crossville, Tennessee. Take your pick. Straight line racing or tractor pulling? Good time for all this weekend. All right, looks like the official word is in. I kind of figured it normally takes a couple of hours, and sure enough, we get another chance. Who wants to be a billionaire? Yeah, kind of saw this one coming. The Mega Millions jackpot now estimated at $1.02 billion. That's right. Nobody matched all 6 numbers Tuesday night. According to the lottery's website, Mega Millions was drawn this past evening. 7, 29, 60, 63, 66, and the Mega Ball of 15. Although no tickets won the $830 million grand prize, 1 ticket sold in Ohio matched 5 numbers, including the optional Megaplier. I mean, somebody won $3 million according to the lottery. 8 other tickets, including 2 each in New Jersey and New York, 1 each in California, Florida, Illinois, and Ohio, matched the 5 numbers, but they didn't do the Megaplier. So they all won $1 million. So there you go. Next drawing, Friday night, 11 p.m. No one has won the Mega Millions jackpot since April the 15th, when a ticket in Tennessee scored $20 million. Now we're kind of headed towards, will we get there? Mega Millions' largest ever jackpot was $1.537 billion in October of 2018, with the winning ticket sold in South Carolina. Kind of hard to imagine, isn't it? So I suppose if there's not a winner Friday night, I think for all practical purposes, the following drawing would be right there knocking on the door with that $1.5 billion prize. 1.02 billion is the new number for the Mega Millions Friday night. Oh, boy. I did mention earlier, who wants to be a billionaire? Insider trading. We've talked about this in Washington, D.C. Yeah, the timely NVIDIA investments. NVIDIA is the name of the company. The letter N, NVIDIA. It's none other than Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi. According to former White House trade advisor Peter Navarro, this is a prima facie case of inside trading, and the Justice Department should investigate. A prima facie case. This is really interesting, as Congress has actually been caught with their hands in the insider trader cookie jar. They've actually passed rules that allow them to do it. I mean, the hypocrisy has no bounds. Now, he used what he called this brazen case of hypocrisy and insider trading of an example of why the American people better get out to vote in the midterm elections to end Pelosi's time as House leader. Nancy's time is coming to an end this November. It's important for our folks out there to get involved in the political process, he said. Find congressional candidates that you want to get behind. Yeah, I know for me, let's sure we take back Trump's America. And the first is to get Nancy Pelosi the hell out of the speaker's chair. Now, Nancy's husband is not only investing in a billion-dollar computer chip maker, but the country that makes many of the world's chips is where? Oh, yeah, Taiwan. About to get a visit from none other than Nancy Pelosi herself. Now, with respect for her trip to Taiwan, I mean, certainly the island of Taiwan is strategically important. We've had a long-standing policy of defending Taiwan. Problem we've had is the Biden White House, in its weakness, creating war signals to Chinese President Xi Jinping, is that he's feeling his oats now, and Taiwan is actually under a real threat. So, you know, Pelosi and her timing, let's say that it's bad timing, as it always is. Now, he concluded by actually comparing Pelosi's corruption to members of the Chinese Communist Party. You refer to Pelosi as scum. Well, the Chinese communists, they want everything that we have, and they're bound to take it. We just can't let him do it, as far as Xi Jinping. But yeah, Paul Pelosi, how ironic, investing in a $1 billion computer chip maker. Are you surprised? Our number, 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line? Would that be, is it Steve?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Steve?
Well, I'm not running solar anymore. Back on night, Steve.
How about that?
Yeah, running down to West Palm Beach tonight.
So did you like running days, or would you rather run nights anyway?
No, nights are so much better, Steve. I'm running down 95. There's me and another truck on the road. You know, hardly any traffic. It's a beautiful night to be driving. So I'm loving it.
That's good.
It'll take a little while though to get the sleep schedule back, but by next week it'll all be good.
There you go.
Steve, have you ever seen a government as corrupt as the one we have in your lifetime?
I don't know. I mean, I was alive under the Nixon era. Was it more corrupt then or now? Which is worse?
Steve, I think this is just because I think that, you know, we have so much access to information now, whereas before I think you could hide a lot of things, but now you really can't because people are always digging and digging and digging and finding the dirt. But they're going after Trump. You know, they're trying. They're fearful of him. They want to try and destroy him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he said yesterday afternoon. I don't know if you caught his speech. It was a really, really good speech, Steve. It wasn't like his rally speeches. It was all about policy, what's going on in this country and what we need to do to save it. You know, in the inner cities with the murders and the crime and the rapes and just incredible what's going on in New York, Chicago, L.A. But he gave an hour and a half speech, and it was all about his was spot on. Actually, that was the first time he was back in Washington since he left office.
Wow.
So there was, it was one of these Republican galas, you know, there was senators there and congressmen and a lot of conservatives. But really, really, really good speech. But one of the points he brought up, if he would just go down to Mar-a-Lago and right off into the sunset, this whole investigation thing would go away. Wouldn't you think, Steve?
He said something akin to that the other night. He said, if I would just announce that I'm not running for president, you know, all this, the January 6th, that it all just disappear. He'd no longer be a threat.
Yep, exactly. And you know, Steve, this committee, you know, we all know what's going on. You know, this is the kind of trial that they have, or Stalin committee that they have that you see in Iran and China and North Korea, where there's no defense. You know, there's no opposition. There's no defense counsel to question witnesses. You know, like that article you just read about what Trump did, all the way back to December of 2020. Right after the election, they were talking about the security of the rally. There were memos out there that they had threats that there was going to be some trouble on January 6th. But you don't hear the committee questioning those witnesses, you know. So this is just all a bunch of hypocrisy. It's really sickening what's going on. And even that Pelosi thing, you know, here they are investigating Trump for his business dealings in New York, and Nancy Pelosi and her husband are raking in millions from China. Mitch McConnell, Schumer, they're all corrupt. You know, they're all doing the same thing. Like Schumer pulled off that there was an anti-security measure that he just pulled out of that semiconductor chip bill that they're trying to pass, which prevents U.S. companies from manufacturing anything from China. And Schumer pulled it out.
Yep.
You know, why would he do that? Because he's getting kickbacks from China too. You know, these people make what, 175, 200 grand a year, but they're multimillionaires. You shouldn't be a multimillionaire if you're only making a couple of $100,000 a year.
Correct.
So it's just so corrupt, Steve. Like I said, it's absolutely sickening what's going on. And we can talk about it all night long and all week long, but nothing's going to be done to these people because the DOJ is politicized, the FBI, Homeland, everything is just so political now. You know, it's one side or the other. And, you know, even if Trump does get back in there, it's going to take a long time to straighten this out and clean house. It really is. But I don't know.
Well,
sometimes it's real depressing, and sometimes you just got to live one day at a time.
Trump spent 4 years.
Today.
He spent 4 years actually, I think, really trying to drain the swamp. I mean, how much of his own staff did he let go, and the turnover, the churning of, you know, but try as he may, those that were still there, just one after another would stab him in the back.
Yeah, he did have a lot of backstabbers. There was very, very few people he could trust. I think the people that he really could trust was his family, you know, his daughter and his son-in-law, Jared. I mean, they were his probably biggest confidants. Mark Meadows, I think, was a good guy to him that he could kind of trust. But he had a lot of backstabbers. I don't think Trump really knew how deep the swamp was. Mm-hmm. I know his son, Don Jr., had talked about that in an interview I heard him do. And they did not realize how deep it really is. I mean, Steve, this has been going on for 6 decades. This just isn't something new. You know, this has been going on since the 1960s. I mean, since, you know, Eisenhower and Kennedy were in there. You know, this deep state, the swamp, you know, the so-called swamp. And the government's just been so corrupt in all aspects of it, you know, whether it's the CIA back in the 60s. I mean, look at the stuff that they did, you know, the undercover operations in Cuba. I mean, you could go on and on and on and talk about it for weeks. You know, this has been going on for a long, long time. But I don't think Trump realized, you know, he didn't need boots. He needed waders that went all the way up to his neck, you know, to walk through that swamp.
Yeah.
It was so damn deep. But I don't know, Steve. I don't know if it can be saved. You know, it's going to take a lot of work, and unless they get a big majority in the House and the Senate where they can get the votes to do certain things, you know. But it's going to be hard for them because they still need to have the White House, you know, because Biden can just veto everything. You know, that's if he even makes it that long. That's another thing, Steve. This country is so embarrassing right now as far as to the world. I mean, we're stock, you know, we have no leadership. We're so weak. Our military is, you know, did you know the Pentagon is being sued for teaching critical race theory in the military academies
that
for
was
officers?
Just filed yesterday or day before, wasn't it?
Yes. This is what we're concerned about. You know, teaching racism in the military instead of wondering how we're going to beat the hell out of
China or Russia. Yep.
Is building up their military, and ours is getting weaker by the day. Just absolutely sickening, Steve. But I know you're coming close to the bottom of the hour here, but good to be back on nights. Good to be listening to all the guys again, and we'll keep listening, Steve, and keep praying, brother. That's all we can do.
Hey, great to hear from you, and we'll look forward to hearing more from you in the coming days.
Yes, sir.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got a bottom of the hour news break coming up here just ahead. But what Steve just mentioned, I had seen the headline. You got to ask, why, Chucky? Why? Talking about this bill to subsidize the chip manufacturers, to bring the manufacturing here to the United States. So, we don't find ourselves in a position when all hell breaks loose, China, Taiwan, that we can't get any chips. I mean, we're talking chips that are critical for national defense. Military. The military needs these chips, let alone everything else everything you touch in this day and age. There's chips in everything. So Chuck Schumer removes what was an anti-China provision, security provision. The bill to provide billions of dollars in subsidies and tax credits for the semiconductor industry. Now, according to the Beacon, Schumer took out the measure that would have banned U.S. companies from manufacturing products made in China, like semiconductors that were developed using federally funded research. Rob Portman of Ohio actually authored the measure. We've had numerous investigations showing that the Chinese Communist government, and we know this, has stolen trade secrets from companies in this country, and they've been doing it for years, decades for that matter. Why would Chuck remove that? He had no comment when he was asked about it. Hold that thought. We'll pick up with more on that just ahead. I'd begin to think that Chuck's on the kickback or the payroll from China. What else could you think?
USA Radio News.
While President Biden boasted on social media about the modest decrease in gas prices, angry critics pointed out that prices are still up sharply since the president took office. The president's messaging on gas prices has gone through many changes, with Biden saying in June there was little he could do to lower prices at the pump. Biden recently switched strategies and bragged that the lower prices are tied to his decision to release barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Operations at the Port of Oakland resumed this week after several days of disruptions caused by truckers protesting a California labor law. Truckers protesting the gig worker law disrupted operations at the port last week, blocking cargo from moving in or out of the port. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me real quick finish up with Chuck Schumer, and we'll get back to your calls here. Yes, the question. Many are asking, why would he remove something to safeguard our national security and actually benefit China? Why would he remove that provision? Legislators are now talking about pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into subsidies and federal research and development to strengthen American competitiveness and actually compete with China. I mean, spending that level of taxpayer dollars without meaningful safeguards to ensure this doesn't all end up in China's hands, either through Chinese communist espionage, corporate malfeasance, or inept bureaucrats. I mean, that's a colossal mistake. Marco Rubio's pushing for a new provision in the bill that would set up counterintelligence screening to certify that anyone receiving funds under this bill has sufficient protections against government threats. Meanwhile, CNBC says the passage of the bill in the Senate was expected probably today. Now, if so, the House would then have to take up the bill. But with removing the China provision, there are now several Republican senators who were initially supporting the bill that are now opposing the bill. I mean, Chuck runs the threat of bringing failure to the legislation. We shall see. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's up, Sundance Kid?
Oh, not much, Mr. Sommers. Yeah, on the January 6th thing with Trump, and I watch a lot of MSNBC, and they keep playing this part of his speech where he says, if you don't go up there and fight for your country, you're not going to have a country. And they never play the part that you're talking about where he said, go up there and show your dissatisfaction and peacefully protest. Could you play that for me so I could hear that part? Because they haven't played it.
Oh, well, you're trying to make it sound like he never said it, in other words.
I just haven't heard it.
You won't.
They haven't.
You won't believe
it
till yet. Well, I don't have the audio. I don't have access to that. I could probably do some digging and find it. I guarantee you could find the transcript of everything he said on that. The transcript of his speech on that day.
Well, I'd like to
but
see it out of his own mouth. Somebody can write it down.
You're
they
kind
can
of
write in the transcript whatever they want.
You gave the answer as to why you haven't heard it. It's because you're listening to MSNBC, and anything that they're going to present, you're not going to get the true narrative from them. Sundance, haven't you figured that out yet?
Well, they play their part. I listen to everything, so I'm well rounded. I don't pick one side or the other. But I haven't ever heard them play the part where it said, go up there, peacefully protest, and all that. But I did hear him say on their show that if you don't go up there and fight for your country, you're not going to have one. And, that sounds like like any general in the Army would say something like that.
Oh, so he was, in your mind, he was inciting violence then?
No, well, he was firing them people up. That's all I know. They was fired up. You know what's even crazier is those people, when he said go home, they all left. After about 4 hours, he said, hey, I love y'all. Y'all did a good job. Y'all need to go home now.
Now, do you think that they
And
heard?
they left.
Do you think where'd they hear that, though? Tell me that. All these people that were gathered outside the Capitol and in the Capitol, were they watching MSNBC or CNN or Fox News? Or how'd that word get to them that when Trump said it, it happened? How'd that get to them?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Maybe they
I don't
standing
either.
Out there maybe they were standing out there when he come back outside, and he said that. They were around him when he was out there, and he said, "Hey,
Yep.
I love y'all need to go home."
Do you believe in Snopes? Do you believe Snopes investigates things to get the truth? Do you believe in them?
Yeah, and they did a fact check on the thing about Pelosi not letting the National Guard, and nobody's been able to find that he turned it down.
Well, yeah, no,
So,
because all that was off limits in the investigation. Well, let me take you out. I did a quick search. This stuff's pretty easy to find. The claim from according to Snopes, in a video displayed during Trump's second impeachment trial, House Democrats did not show the footage of telling supporters of Trump on January 6th to, quote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. According to Snopes, that claim is true. Democrats did not show that footage.
He said that?
Correct.
I'm just trying to hear the video or the voice, the words. I mean, I haven't seen those played on the radio.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't want you to hear it. Again, well, go to Snopes. House Democrats.
You can play it for us so we can all hear it.
If I could find it, I'll play it for you. But I mean, I don't actually have access to all this stuff. I could do my. I found the Snopes story that quickly. I mean, it just took me 2 minutes to find it.
Not Snopes. I want to hear it from Trump's own mouth. Go up there and peacefully protest.
Okay, here's another
Don't
headline.
tell me you're going to be a fan of Snopes now.
Well, no, I'm not a fan of Snopes, but I mean, for them to actually come out and admit that Trump did indeed say peacefully, and how about Newsweek? Fact check. Did Trump say to peacefully and patriotically protest? Newsweek's fact check. Yes, true. Do you believe in Newsweek?
Well, so we got a video. People can write what they want to. I want to hear it out of his mouth.
I
didn't hear that.
Sundance Kid, you just prove every time you call how much of an ignorant ass you are. You make yourself look absolutely stupid. You do it to yourself.
No, I'm just asking a question.
Well, you're calling
narrative, and then y'all get pissed off.
You're calling me an overnight talk show host. Do a little research yourself. Do a little research. I'll do my part. I guarantee I can find it, and I'll play it for you.
I've researched it. I haven't seen that.
No, if you researched it, you would have found it by now. Come on, don't be a liar. Not just an ass, but a liar. Come on, Sundance, you know better than that. It's another one of those, why do you even bother to take his call, right? Everyone knows. All the media have said it. Peacefully, patriotically, march. From just one headline after another. Now they don't have the audio. Did Trump say peacefully, patriotically march to the Capitol? Yes, he did. In his speech, January 6, Trump said, I know everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol. Now that's the headline. I'll pull up the rest of the story. Yes, he said it, Sundance. Do you actually believe that you would ever hear that played from MSNBC or CNN or any of the left-leaning media? Of course you're not going to hear it. They don't want you to hear it. You did not hear it in the impeachment trial because fact checkers confirm Democrats did not play that audio during the trial. It's all a one-sided narrative, Sundance. And you just buy into their lies, hook, line, and sinker, and then you try to convince other people or persuade other people that they should believe the lie. That's where we stand. I got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll move on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it, 12 before the hour, and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. What's up, Chevy Guy?
Oh, hey, and Sundance, thank you for your call. Thank you for reporting on MSNBC and explaining that, it's showing us that we are making the right choices, because you openly said you did not know or hear Trump's speech on this. Well, I'll address that in just a short. But if you had been listening to Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, which they do play, they have the ability to show and play the Tucker Carlson played the speech, then you would have heard that. See, you said you were well-rounded. See, to be well-rounded, you understand what the left is saying, you understand what the right is saying, and then you make your judgment that way. But how long ago was the speech? I mean, give me a break. Let's go on back here now. And if you want to hear the speech, if you don't want to, you can look up on all these people I just told you. But all you have to do is Google it. Google President Trump's speech on the 6th, and you'll hear it. But you don't want to hear the truth anyway. That's fair enough. And that brings us up into this trial thing. Trump ain't going to go on trial. They are not going to put him in courtroom. They are not. All they're wanting is this tick, tick, tick. And I think they're, I'm sitting there, I wasn't able to call last couple mornings because I was at the house, didn't want to wake up the wife. I still checked in about 4 a.m. But I'm sitting there watching the new morning news, and I get a kick. Oh, Trump, we got him now. I said, we found some breaking news. Trump knew about the people coming from the 6th. Of course, they never mentioned in that report that he had already, he put a warning out to Nancy Pelosi's about offering the National Guard troops, and they never mentioned that. And I'm just sitting there, and I look at my wife. I said, "Have you been listening to this?" And she says, "Yeah, they're not telling the whole truth," and that's the fact. But listen, if they would put Trump on trial, then he would be afforded the defense lawyer, and they would be able to answer these charges. All they want is the charges, turn it over to a grand jury, going into this midterm election, because they know they're all going to lose their seats. And I almost wish, all right, Nancy Pelosi, remember, you're going after a man that's been out of office. Think about that. And I hope they also remember this. They violated the attorney-client privilege. They did it to Trump. They've done it to all these, they've gone after all these lawyers for all these, quote, defendants. They've gone after their lawyers and their law firms. And they've violated the attorney-client privilege. And what's the Attorney General doing? Nothing.
Yep.
I mean,
all right, you mentioned, all right, so I've been searching. I knew, I said, you can find the transcript. In any speech, there's a transcript. All right, I found the entire transcript, which I've been scouring through here while you're speaking. At the 18-minute and 16-second mark into the speech on January 6th, this is the paragraph. "We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know everyone here will soon be marching over the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. Our country. Our country's been under siege for a long time, far longer than this 4-year period. We've set it up on a much straighter course. I thought for 4 more years, I thought would be easy." And he goes on from there. But there's the quote. The transcript is available.
Sundance, go for it. You are now currently well-rounded in your politics, because you were listening to this tape this morning, to the Steve Sommers overnight drive. You just had, now you're well-rounded. So you might want to rethink who you're getting your information from, because how bad it made you look. But thank you for reporting on MSNBC how they only give half the news. And you want the truth, old Steve, he'll dig it up for you now. But really, it's not up to him. If you want to see it, bring it up, watch it on video, Maybe he can, I don't know, maybe Sundance don't know how to read.
Well, so I can tell him now, if you find that whole speech, it's about an hour and 10 minutes long. Just you go to the 18-minute mark and start listening there, and you'll hear the quote, and you can send that to MSNBC so they can air it on their program.
Give 4 on that. So, well, that's all I need. That's all I was getting at. Is just they're not going to put this man in jail, or they're not going to put him in a courtroom where he can actually get a defense lawyer and bring out the truth on all this stuff. And of course, be honest with you, if they would have that trial within the Beltway up there, then it's throw it up in the air. I don't know which way it would go, but the truth either way will come out if they put him with a actual lawyer to defend him on all these charges.
Sure.
So other than that, we're going to keep on moving south, Georgia. Get rid of these shavings, what I have left of them, because I got holes in my tarp. I'm fertilizing my way all the way down there. I got a dust cloud behind me there. So anybody don't want to follow me, just follow the shavings on the roadway. How about it? So other than that, this is the Chevy guy, over and out.
Thank you, Chevy guy. All right, about 5 minutes before we hit our news break. Update, actually, heading toward the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Let me jump down. We get to Eskimo Mom is on board. Hey there.
Hi, Steve.
How we doing, Eskimo Mom?
Oh, I'm playing truck driver tonight. But when you were talking about the when I wanted to just kind of want to help out with Sundance. My with concerning what was going on the mall on January 6th. I had a neighbor over there at the protests and everything, and people on the mall, they had no clue what was going on over there on the House side. People on the Senate side basically had no clue what was going on. It was just in that very small, fine area, and a lot of the folks that were not anywhere near the house, not anywhere near the House side of the Capitol building. A lot of them never found out anything until they got back to their hotels and turned the news on. But what I really wanted to call about was for several states, it's 6 more days till the primary election, including Ohio. You've got until Monday to cast your early vote, and your absentee vote has to be in by 7:30 at the Board of Elections in your county. And we have roughly 104 days till the November election. So everybody still has time to plan, prepare, and try to figure out who to vote for.
It can't get here soon enough, if you ask me. 111 days, huh?
No, 104.
104 days, okay.
Yep.
Well, all right, Eskimo Mom. Well, I guess did your boss say thank you for doing some extra duty tonight?
Nope, but I think I buttered them up. I went to the Shelby County Fair is going on this week, and I went to the fair Monday night. Brought them some sugar waffles into work.
There you go.
So I buttered them up a little bit.
Well, have a good morning, and thanks for checking in, Eskimo Mom. Pappy, so I'm looking at I just pulled up my email. It said, peacefully and patriotically. Steve, he said, I probably saw that clip probably 50 times. See, but Pappy, you weren't watching MSNBC, were you? You weren't watching CNN. You were probably watching Fox News. Yeah, maybe Bongino or Hannity. Someone that's actually willing to tell the truth. So, yeah, there it is. All right, about a minute before news update time here. For those who spent time in the military, you may be aware of this. The 3M company, the manufacturing company, is creating a $1 billion trust to resolve thousands of lawsuits from service members who suffered the effects of faulty earplugs, according to the announcement this past day. 3 years after the lawsuits started over their combat arms earplugs, manufactured by Aero Technologies, which is a subsidiary of 3M. The company said Aero has begun Chapter 11 bankruptcy and has sought court supervision to establish the trust. The $1 billion total is being funded by 3M after the amount was estimated to resolve all the claims determined to be entitled to compensation. I guess they're saying that $1 billion is going to cover all the suits. 235,000 lawsuits have been filed and are still pending against 3M. Now, they've lost 10 cases totaling $300 million in judgments and have yet to be paid out amid appeals to them right now. But with that many suits, $1 billion don't sound like any individual's going to get a whole hell of a lot. But all right, news update on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
It doesn't look good for a second term of President Joe Biden. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has tied his boss in a new poll out of New Hampshire released while the president continues to isolate for COVID-19. Buttigieg is at 17%, with Biden at 16% in the new University of New Hampshire poll, which asked likely Democratic voters about potential 2024 candidates. Trailing far behind is Vice President Kamala Harris at 6%. North Dakota's only abortion clinic is preparing for what could be its final day of performing procedures with a trigger ban due to take effect Thursday. Some say that will force patients to travel hundreds of miles to receive care pending the clinic's relocation across the border to Minnesota. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former Vice President Mike Pence pleaded with young Americans to take the pro-life cause to every state house in America.
Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the Young Americans Foundation in Washington, D.C. Tuesday morning.
To restoring the unalienable right to life for every American, born and unborn. So we must not rest. We must not relent. We must not tire until we've restored the sanctity of life to the center of American law in every state in the nation. We save the babies, we'll save America.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Newly released polling data shows most parents are not interested in vaccinating their young kids. The Kaiser Family Foundation released the survey Tuesday, which showed that 83% of parents with children under 5 years of age who are eligible for the vaccine are not planning to get their child vaccinated right now. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Security at the southern border continues to be a disaster. Tim Berg reports.
DHS reports the amount of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border without being apprehended has increased significantly. Appearing on Fox News, McAllen, Texas Mayor Javier Villalobos says it's an increase they've expected.
We have the initial impact, and there's no question about it. That's why we kept on saying, hey, look, we need help. We need action by our feds.
He says he believes it's a national crisis. The Biden administration is considering offering temporary ID cards to illegal immigrants waiting for their asylum cases to be processed. It could help law enforcement track illegal immigrant encounters while they wait for their asylum cases to be processed.
Democrats are dropping millions of dollars to keep Republican frontrunner Tudor Dixon from getting the GOP nomination in Michigan to face Democrat incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer in November. The TV buys from a group called Put Michigan First are worth more than $2 million. The new ads only run from Wednesday through primary day on August 2nd. The first ad calls Dixon dangerous for Michigan and accuses her of wanting to slash the annual budget for the state police by up to $500 million annually. The Dixon campaign said Dixon is committed to law enforcement across the state and said Governor Whitmer is the one who supports the spirit of defund the police. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Welcome into a Wednesday hump day. Here it is. Friends on the West Coast, good to have you on board. Work into the wee early morning hours, 3:08 a.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. Real quick, before we get back to your calls, lots of other stuff to cover as well. Not nice to call someone a liar, right? But how long did it take me? 10 minutes? Sundance, actually, you heard him say it. I said, well, do a little research. Well, I have researched it. I've researched it. I can't find it. It's just like it doesn't exist. Nobody else has played it. Less than 10 minutes. You find the full transcript, and quite honestly, I'm surprised I was able to find the quote that quick, because just based on the statement of, I know many of you are soon going to be marching down to the Capitol to peacefully patriotic. I assumed that would be toward the end. When I found the entire transcript, I kind of scrolled all the way toward the bottom. I had to start working my way up. And that quickly, boom, at the 18-minute mark, there it is. If you really did any research, you would have found it. So, and while we're at it, one other thing. If you're wanting to get the truth, how about this? If you want to know what's really going on out there, and you're listening to or watching MSNBC, pity the fool. Pity the fool. Over the weekend, I think I was watching Fox and Friends. Must have been Saturday morning. Now, remember last week where you had the incident, the sitting congressman from New York who's actually running for governor, who had the guy comes on stage with a blade in his hand, attempting to assault as he was giving his speech. Fox News had been kind of covering that and showing the video footage over and over again. and doing interviews and actually had him, forget what his name was, up. Either way, but they had the numbers. They said MSNBC had given a total of 36 seconds of coverage to that particular story. 36 seconds. So if you didn't happen to be tuned into MSNBC, and that's where you get you wouldn't even know that assault ever even occurred on a sitting congressman. And you wouldn't have known the individual that was then arrested only spent 6 hours behind bars before being let loose back out on the streets. 36 seconds. They don't want to give coverage of things like that. It's all a one-way street. So if you say you listen to all sides, of course, Fox News, like I said, they had played the clip over and over and probably spent hours covering that story over the weekend after the initial assault had occurred. And they had followed up on it. And then even on Sunday morning, they were questioned. That's when they had the actual congressman join them on the program. And they were asking him about this whole scenario that this guy got out 6 hours later. It's this no money bail policy they've got in New York. What do you think about that? And that's one of his platforms of his campaign. We're going to change that. You don't let people who commit crimes just get out of jail for free. That's something he's going to change. They asked him, based on the fact that you are currently a sitting member of Congress, has Nancy Pelosi or the Capitol Police or anyone reached out to you to let you know that they're going to be maybe filing federal charges against this individual? Now, he said he had not directly spoke to Nancy, but I think he did say some of his staff maybe had contact with her and or the Capitol Police. And sure enough, the next day, it was either later Sunday or Monday, when federal charges were actually indeed filed against the guy. You can't do that to a sitting member of Congress, right? But you didn't hear it on MSNBC. It's 13 past the hour. 844-844-3388. That's our number. Let me see who we got on the line there. Would that be Philip by chance?
Yes, it is. How you doing, buddy?
Morning.
Sounds like Sundance. Sundance got the heart rate going up there a little bit. You doing okay?
He does that on a regular basis, don't he?
Yeah, you elevated there a little bit, buddy. I thought I was listening to a playback or something. I'm like, what? I called in. I tried calling in initially, and I got the busy thing. So I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of people calling, and then I'm hearing the Sundance thing, and I'm like, oh God, is this a replay or something? Hopefully it's not.
Yep.
But I hope you're doing okay. Everybody's in a hump day here.
Yep.
There's one thing you got to understand about the mass media in general, Steve, and they got to promote their product just like everybody else. And their product is to bring them stories out, sensationalize things, and draw people in, hook them in. That way they can pay their ad revenue and all that other stuff. And they doing it the way they're doing it. And when things want to go their way, which is a lot of people that sponsor their networks, they're going to do what their sponsors want them to do, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Right.
And that's the way it works. A lot of people don't understand that about the media. That's one thing when you're looking at, when you're looking at information, you don't just go to one source, you go to multiple sources. You have to. It's just like when law enforcement's investigating anything, they don't just go to one source for the side of the story. They go to multiple sides of the story, and that's what you should do when you're investigating anything. So that's what I do, and Google is a good way of doing it. There's a lot of different browsers out there to do it, but Google is probably the best one because you can just type in something, Yahoo or any of them, just type it in and find out what you need to know. So that's how I get my information. And I got something I want to pass on to Scarecrow. I saw a comment from Scarecrow on a group text earlier, Hey, Scarecrow, if you want to know who had a jet-assisted biplane, it was Jim Franklin. And it was a Waco from a long time ago, or Waco, however you want to pronounce the airplane's name, from the 20s that he rebuilt, and he put a jet engine underneath it. So if you want to find that airplane, Scarecrow, that's the airplane. I know there's another one out there floating around somewhere, so somebody else has one, but that's the first one that was ever built that I know of. So just wanted to throw that out there. I know at Dayton, there's all that stuff going on at Dayton, and EAA and all that other stuff happening this week. So just want to throw that out there, Steve. So, but other than that, Steve, is there anything else going on in the industry today?
I guess you could say plenty. I don't know. What have you missed?
I don't know. I will say this much, Steve. There's one thing that I did find out about the Democratic Party a long time ago. They've got some of the greatest lawyers in the world that are Democrats. You know, Hillary Clinton, she's a lawyer. Hugh Rodham, Bill Clinton. And but there's one thing I don't understand about the Democratic Party right now, and you're seeing proof of it out in Oakland with their peer, or their deal without going out there with shutting down the port. I thought that the Democratic Party supported unions and everything, but it isn't really looking like California's doing that now, are they, with all this stuff, legislation they're wanting to pass and all this other stuff? That's not real pro-union. What do you think?
Good point. I mean, the AB5 is pretty much pro-union, because that's why the unions are so much behind it. They think all these owner-operators are going to actually have to become employees and that they're going to join the union.
Yeah, well, you can always wish for some things, and you can't always get it with a union.
Right.
And I know I've been in one for many years, and they always send me the little cards during, you know, when the elections happen, vote for this one or vote for that one. I vote whoever I want to vote for. I don't need you to make me vote for somebody. It's not going to happen. That's part of being an American. And I do condone what you said about the Constitution the other day. I think the Constitution, a lot of the kids growing up today think it's not really a relative document. I remember you were talking about the story about that.
Not relevant, outdated, not up with the times.
Yeah, well, who gives a crap about the times, okay? The only thing that our founding fathers didn't have to deal with back then was computers, and we're having to deal with that garbage right now. And that's right, I said garbage, because computers can be hacked and everything else in this world can be hacked with them damn things. So, but we still got to stand by our values, and that Constitution is our values, and we need to stand by it. Hate to be dummy or anything. You can call me whatever you want. I don't give a crap, or DA or whatever. I don't care, but I stand behind my Constitution. It's part of being an American, and if they don't like it, then go to another country. So.
Hey, how about the announcement yesterday? Did you catch Russia said they're out of the International Space Station 2024, after 2024?
Yes, sir. Yep, that's it. They're getting out of it. They're going to do their own thing. But I don't know. I mean, I would sit back and watch the show, because I think Russia is actually going to work on that Chinese space station. I think they're going to help China develop that a little bit more if they haven't already. I'm pretty sure that a lot of that stuff that China's got going on, they learned from Russia.
Sure.
The biggest problem we got with the space station, though, with the Russians, is they control the propulsion side of the space station, which is the side that keeps the space station in its attitude and all that stuff. But, I mean, we could take it over and do it with companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin. There's enough engineers out there with those companies that could come in and help us with the space station. But the thing is, with those space stations, Steve, they got a shelf life. And that one there, shelf life is running out. And what is it, 2030, they're going to take it down? They're talking about that 2030 is when they're going to cease it.
So, you can't put something up that in that kind of environment and expect it to last forever. I mean, you've seen Skylab and the Near and all this other stuff. But, the Chinese, I hate to say it, folks, but they're way ahead of us on that space station thing, even though a lot of that technology they got from us and what was going on with our space station. I mean, it's built the same way ours is, but we'll see how it works out. I don't know. Russia's got themselves in such a turmoil with this war and all that, so we'll see how it plays out, Steve. But you have a good day, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you for checking in there. Philip, have a great morning. Yeah, the announcement came from Roscosmos. NASA hasn't confirmed it, I guess you'd say. They haven't said they had an official notification from Russia, but it came from the new leadership of Roscosmos. Russia will opt out of the International Space Program after 2024, so says the new chief of the Russia Federal Space Agency. They've been threatening to pull out for months, starting with the sanctions after the invasion of Ukraine, saying that it's going to destroy Russia's cooperation aboard the lab. There have been plenty of those sort of threats. Nothing is definitive as this proclamation made yesterday by the new chief of Roscosmos. He says, quote, "The decision to leave the station after 2024 has been made." That's very recent news, so we haven't heard anything official, according to NASA. One of the astronauts that is currently aboard the International Space Station, currently serving as commander of the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, he said simply, "We're trained to do a mission up here. That mission is one that requires the whole crew. So we continue to work every day to conduct the science and research that we've been trained to conduct." Yeah, the whole crew is Americans, Russians, whoever's on, what other countries have astronauts aboard the station. But that's the official word from Russia anyway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, back at it here. Roll up on 25 past the hour. What's going on with... Hey, Big Sexy, what's happening?
Not much, Steve. I got a comment for Sundance Kid. That part that he was wanting to hear, if he'll Google it, it brings up it'll bring up the transcript and a lot of other stuff you can find, but there's also a link to, I think it's WSJ.com.
Okay.
That has the full speech, the video of the full speech from Trump. And you said it was about the 18-minute mark. All you got to do is kind of fast forward a little bit to that, and there it is. And towards the end, when he says, fight for our country or we ain't going to have a country, if you take and listen to leading up to that, he's not talking about going down there and fist fighting. He's talking about, fighting for our country with, vote, legislation, whatever, you got to do. He's not talking about going down there and rioting and taking control of the Capitol. That's not what he's talking about if you listen to it. I mean, if he's sitting there listening to MSNBC, then he's way out there in left field because he don't know. You got to do a little bit of research and find out for yourself. And he can sit there and he can listen to the whole speech and hear it right straight from Trump's mouth. See the video and everything.
Right.
And he can hear it, and he don't have to listen to what they're playing on their little clips on MSNBC because you know which way that's going to be aimed.
You think?
I mean, come on, do a little bit of research. I mean, he wants to sit back and want everybody else to do the work for him. He wanted you to go out and find it and play it for him because he don't have the get up and go to do it himself. And that's what's wrong with a lot of people in this country. I'm going to get off my soapbox now.
When you talk about fighting for your country, though, I mean, I know what he means. We're fighting for secure elections. We're fighting to make sure that there was not corruption. And, at that point in time, on January 6th, there was an awful lot of suits that had been filed and denied by the courts to even take up about corruption in the elections. That's what we're fighting for, safe, secure, honest elections.
There towards the end of the speech, he says something about, as we marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, he says, I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And he didn't say if we marched down there and take control of the Capitol, he said we marched down Pennsylvania Avenue. And another thing that they're not bringing out in this January 6th deal, he offered Nancy Pelosi the guard beforehand, and she turned it down. So that's on her. She's the one that has is responsible for the security and all that of the Capitol. That falls to the Speaker of the House. And that's on her because she turned it down. So they need to be investigating her instead of Trump.
Yeah, and that's something that the Democrats laid out at the beginning of this January 6th committee thing, that was all off limits. No questions about Nancy Pelosi, what she knew, when she knew it, about the guard and all that. That's all out of bounds.
Well, who was it? Was it a lawyer or somebody that said you can't believe any testimony from a person that's not cross-examined?
That is correct. Yep.
But they're wanting to do it all on one side. It's nothing but a witch hunt. So I'm going to get off here and let you get on to your next caller.
But yeah, we're up to news break
That
anyway.
kind of fired me up when I was waiting for you to hang up on him.
Oh, so you mean if I had dynamite, I could have used it twice this morning at this point in time, right? All right, get our bottom of the hour news break in here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
It doesn't look good for a second term of President Joe Biden. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has tied his boss in a new poll out of New Hampshire released while the president continues to isolate for COVID-19. Buttigieg is at 17% with Biden at 16% in the new University of New Hampshire poll, which asked likely Democratic voters about potential 2024 candidates. Trailing far behind is Vice President Kamala Harris coronavirus at 6%. North Dakota's only abortion clinic is preparing for what could be its final day of performing procedures with a trigger ban due to take effect Thursday. Some say that will force patients to travel hundreds of miles to receive care pending the clinic's relocation across the border to Minnesota. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Camp Lejeune Justice is responsible for the content of this ad. Attention Marines, personnel of any branch of the armed forces and their families stationed at Camp Lejeune and contractors who worked at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune for 30 days or longer between August 1953 and December of 1987? For 34 years, those on Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. Until now, the laws have prevented victims from getting justice, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow victims to seek compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. If you or a loved one got sick after exposure to contaminated drinking water at Camp Lejeune, you need the right legal team that has the experience, support staff, and resources to seek the maximum compensation for your injuries. Call now for a free consultation and case review.
Call 800-832-9166. That's 800-832-9166. Again, that's 800-832-9166.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here's the other story this week where I guess the administration's trying to deny. It's preposterous to suggest we're sending oil to China. Oil coming out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, right? Seeing an update yesterday. Well, while the Strategic Petroleum Reserve stockpiles are at their lowest level since 1985, every congressional Democrat voted Wednesday to continue sending oil from the SPR to China. Supplies have continuously dwindled since Biden entered office and started rapidly declining, of course, after Russia invaded Ukraine, as we're releasing 1 million barrels per day. Now, going back to Biden's first month in office, we had about 638 million barrels in the reserve. By March, 1 month into the invasion, reserves had fallen to 565 million barrels. By July, 480 million barrels were left in the SPR, according to the Energy Information Administration. Supplies have not been so low since June of 1985, when we were still building the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Last week, Biden was touting his action to bring down prices. I've been releasing about 1 million barrels per day from the SPR and rallied our global partners to release a combined 240 million barrels of oil onto the market. And our actions are working. Now, yeah, we are down from the peak of $5 per gallon, highest level ever. But Gas Buddy says, we're still significantly more expensive under Biden than any other previous administration. In response to the dwindling SPR, Representative David Valadio offered a motion in the House last week to immediately consider legislation that would prohibit the sale of oil drawn from the SPR to any entities that are under control of the Chinese Communist Party or for export to China. Every House Democrat voted against that motion. Every Democrat. Same day, 19 House Republicans sent a letter to the Energy Secretary demanding to know why her department sold nearly, is it 1 million barrels? I think they may have a typo on the number, but SPR oil to an American subsidiary of Sinopec, a Chinese company in which Hunter Biden, ironically, had invested heavily. Earlier this month, Republican senators introduced legislation seeking to stop oil sales to China, Russia,
North Korea, and Iran. Ted Cruz said at the time, it is inexplicable that Biden would allow oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to be exported to China. All right, let's see what's going on with Pappy this morning. Hey there. Hello, Pappy. Oh, that would help if I turned up the microphone. Here.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Man, my sinuses are all jacked up, so if I sound a little jacked up, it's because I am. But
you got
man,
you got another round of COVID coming on, you think? Oh no.
No, I don't have no fever or nothing. It's just the sinuses, man. You know, that's all. I mean, I feel okay, other than I can't breathe through my nose. You know. Well, yeah, Steve, they're messing with fire with this pulling the oil out of the strategic oil reserves. And I think the numbers were just shy of 1 million barrels, you know, that they sent over to the Communist Chinese Party.
Yeah, because that was saying 100 million. I said, no, it's not. No, it's not 100 million.
Yeah, it was just shy of 1 million, you know, to a nuclear-powered enemy of the United States. Crazy. I mean, how far is he going to run this down, Steve? I mean, this seriously is an impeachable offense here, what he's doing. It's for emergency purposes only for the United States here. We get a hurricane come through and knock out some of the rigs down there in the Gulf or something, you know, we're going to be hurting. But hey, real quick, the attack on the guy running for governor up there in New York.
Yep. Zeldin, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't recall his name offhand, but listen, man, they released that dude the next day.
Yeah, something like less than 12 hours or 6 hours or something. He was out.
Yeah, he's out, Steve. So, listen, in Ohio, it might be hard pressed to charge him with attempted murder, right? You have to meet certain elements there, and
because he had like, I don't know, what do you call that? It was kind of like a brass knuckles blade kind of thing, and he never actually swung it. But I mean, you saw Zeldin reach out and grab the guy's arm. I don't know how strong Zeldin is. He was able to hold the guy's arm back.
Yeah, I mean, he was putting it up towards his throat. It wasn't like he, you know, tried to stab him with a lot of force, but he was moving it up towards his throat.
You're done. That's what he kept saying. You're done.
Yeah. I mean, so in Ohio, Steve, he would definitely be charged with felonious assault.
Okay.
Which is cause or attempt to cause serious physical harm with a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same charge if you shoot somebody with a gun, right? And they don't die, you get charged with felonious assault. If you shoot at somebody and you miss them, it's the same charge. Right, but that's the reason why there's different, you know, when you go in front of the judge and he sentences you, that's why there's different sentencing scales, right? But with that said, that's a felony one, Steve. It's one of the highest, you know, felonies that can be charged here in Ohio. And this dude was released the next day, Steve, but we got people being held in D.C. for trespassing
that have been there for a year
and a half.
Yep.
How does that make sense, Steve? Because it don't make sense. And the FBI is political now. The administration is using the FBI as a political pawn to go after their political opponents. That's just the facts, Steve. I mean, we got to clean house.
How does Garland come out this past day and say he's open to trying to press charges against Trump?
Steve, it's it's not. Remember the couple that had the bakery store, where they wouldn't make a cake for the
gay wedding.
Couple,
Yep.
It's not enough they win in court, Steve. They want to destroy them people. They ran them out of the business. They bankrupt them. And believe you me, if they could throw Trump in prison, man, they would. Don't think that if they don't think they can get away with it. And we talked about how D.C. is. If you're a liberal Democrat, you can get away with murder, Steve. Just ask maybe the Clinton family. I don't know. I'm not saying they actually committed any murders, but a lot of strange things happened around the Clinton family. But with that said, we talked that one night how if the judges are corrupt, the courts are corrupt, the prosecutors are corrupt. A liberal can walk in D.C., not even get charged. But a Trump supporter, they will lock you up and throw away the key. Hey, for the one guy called, what was it? What's his handle? Shadow Chaser. What is it?
Well, we've got Shadow Chaser and Sundance Kid.
Yeah. Sundance, I'm sorry. Steve, I don't know if he ever heard of the term gaslighting. All right? Gaslighting is when you tell a lie. You tell it confidently, and you repeat it over and over and over. And then, on top of that, you keep the truth from getting out. And we see it every day, Steve, where, this social media, right? Blocking people from posting stuff, blocking Trump's Twitter account. Anybody that says something that could shed the truth on something, they will block you. Just absolutely amazing.
Yep.
So that's what gaslighting is. So, and the news and these fake news media, that's their way of hiding the facts, Remember how on TV sometimes they would show these blocks, of reporters, even local news, the national news, and there'd be like a pentagram of 100 different people, and they're all saying the same thing.
Word for word.
And I kind of beg to differ with Philip a little bit. I don't think it's the advertisements that are calling the shot. It's the owners of these media companies. Hate to bring up the old, New World Order type, these globalists, these powerful people with a lot of money. But there's only a few, I think. Wasn't Ted Turner the big media owner and a lot of the
was it Turner Broadcasting, Turner Broad TBN?
Yeah.
Yep.
So those were the people calling the shots, and the people behind the mic will sell themselves short. Like I said the other night, they'll do anything for a buck. They'll throw their morals and integrity out the window just to get their face on TV and collect that paycheck. Hey, but I'll tell you what, it was great to hear caller Steve, man. Back in saddle
back on nights, yeah.
Back to being nocturnal. Welcome back, brother. Glad to hear him call, man. I'm gonna be looking forward to hearing him call in from now. So, but
yeah, I wanted to
all
ask
right,
you,
my
would
man.
with your law enforcement connections, I had that Care Flight helicopter that went down up in Butler County yesterday morning. And is everybody okay, or do you have any word on that, or?
Steve, this is the first time hearing about it.
Okay.
First time hearing about it, you tell me about it. I ain't watching no
darned.
TV.
Okay.
I haven't any news today.
Yeah, I know it was an Air Care or Care Flight. I don't know if I always called it Air Care, but apparently one went down in Butler County off 127 yesterday morning, but I never really heard anything more.
Wow. Which we don't know which hospital was out of. It wasn't out of UC, was it?
No, I don't know. That's why I was asking you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. First time hearing about it. Wow. I haven't really even got on Facebook today to see if, anything was going on.
Well,
so I'm out of the loop. Sorry, man. Once I get back to work Friday, I'll be more in the loop, I guess, when it comes to stuff like that. But
oh, that's right. You're
right,
still off. You've been off. You got what? A couple days left now. It's already hump day.
Couple days left. Yeah. Couple days left. Go back Friday, and just trying to chill here the last couple days. Paid somebody to cut some trees down on the side of my house, and got it done a lot cheaper if they just left the stuff lay. So man, I gotta get out there and move all that stuff to the back and kind of cut it up a little bit and burn it. So, and I think it's supposed to rain the next couple days, right?
I thought it was going to rain all day yesterday, and we didn't barely.
All right. So hopefully I'll get a few hours in tomorrow evening where I can get out there and kind of clean that up a little bit. So, all right, brother. That's about it, man.
All right. Well, hey, thank you
night.
for checking in. I thought he would know off the top of his head there because, the Care Flight, they work so closely with law enforcement and whatnot. So I did a quick search here. Let's see, from Channel 19 out of Cincinnati. Medical helicopter crashed into power lines after an attempt to land at the scene of a fatal car crash on Tuesday morning. Let's see, all three crew members, non-life-threatening injuries. So that's what I was wondering about. Taken to an area hospital, according to Chief Deputy Anthony Dwyer. This all started like a little after 4 o'clock in the morning, right about almost 24 hours ago exactly. Responding to a crash involving two pickups on 127 in Milford Township. Blue 99 or 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rapidly rolling toward news update. Top of the hour just around the corner here, a few minutes away. See if I get to... It says Hat Rack on the screen. Who we got? Is it Patrick, maybe?
No, this is Hat Rack.
Okay, so Hat Rack is correct. All right, what's going on, Hat Rack?
I just want to let you know that I shared the video of Trump's speech saying he wanted a peaceful protest to Facebook and Messenger, so you can play it for Sundance and he can hear it for his own self.
Okay, I know someone had sent. Yeah, somebody sent it on Messenger here. That was you. Okay, well, thank you very much.
That way he can hear it with his own ears, and he'll be comfortable now.
Convinced. Well, what if you doctored the tape?
Yeah, he'll be convinced.
You might have doctored the tape, though. It might not be real audio.
No, I ain't gonna do nothing like that. I'm gonna tell it like it is.
I'm just kidding with you. All right, Hat Rack. Well, thank you so much. Everything else going all right?
All right. Yeah, everything's going just fine. Just riding around in circles, getting dizzy.
All right. Don't get too dizzy now. Thank you for checking in. Let me see if we can. I'll have to back it. I got to get the audio activated here. Let me see if this computer will work.
Lawfully come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. Come to demand that Congress...
I'll be damned. He actually said it, huh? Peacefully and patriotically have your voices heard. Thank you. Hat Rack, I appreciate that. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get some of the other industry headlines when we come back. Looks like Big Sexy jumping back in here. And room for you, got a full hour to fill, so jump on in. The potential loss of National Guard troops who have still refused to be vaccinated against COVID. Yeah, they're still talking about booting thousands of National Guard members. Yeah, for a vaccine that we know never did stop transmission of COVID, never prevented anyone from getting COVID. It may have saved a few lives from serious illness, but currently, all the current vaccines offer pretty much virtually no protection of coming down with the Omicron BA.5 variant. None. None of the existing vaccines will prevent anyone from coming down with the BA.5. They need a new vaccine that targets the Omicron. Early this month, we had 40,000 National Guard troops and 22,000 reservists who all received letters that they're no longer going to receive benefits from the military and they are at risk of being booted out of the military, according to the Missouri Republican who's running to represent the state in the Senate. More to come in our final hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
It doesn't look good for a second term of President Joe Biden. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has tied his boss in a new poll out of New Hampshire released while the president continues to isolate for COVID-19. Buttigieg is at 17%, with Biden at 16% in the new University of New Hampshire poll, which asked likely Democratic voters about potential 2024 candidates. Trailing far behind is Vice President Kamala Harris at 6%. North Dakota's only abortion clinic is preparing for what could be its final day of performing procedures with a trigger ban due to take effect Thursday. Some say that will force patients to travel hundreds of miles to receive care pending the clinic's relocation across the border to Minnesota. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former Vice President Mike Pence pleaded with young Americans to take the pro-life cause to every state house in America.
Vice President Mike Pence speaking at the Young Americans Foundation in Washington, D.C. Tuesday morning.
To restoring the unalienable right to life for every American, born and unborn. So we must not rest. We must not relent. We must not tire until we've restored the sanctity of life to the center of American law in every state in the nation. We save the babies, we'll save America.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Newly released polling data shows most parents are not interested in vaccinating their young kids. The Kaiser Family Foundation released the survey Tuesday, which showed that 83% of parents with children under 5 years of age who are eligible for the vaccine are not planning to get their child vaccinated right now. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Security at the southern border continues to be a disaster. Tim Berg reports.
DHS reports the amount of illegal immigrants crossing the southern border without being apprehended has increased significantly. Appearing on Fox News, McAllen, Texas Mayor Javier Villalobos says it's an increase they've expected.
We have the initial impact, and there's no question about it. That's why we kept on saying, hey, look, we need help. We need action by our feds.
He says he believes it's a national crisis. The Biden administration is considering offering temporary ID cards to illegal immigrants waiting for their asylum cases to be processed. It could help law enforcement track illegal immigrant encounters while they wait for their asylum cases to be processed.
Democrats are dropping millions of dollars to keep Republican frontrunner Tudor Dixon from getting the GOP nomination in Michigan to face Democrat incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer in November. The TV buys from a group called Put Michigan First are worth more than $2 million. The new ads only run from Wednesday through primary day on August 2nd. The first ad calls Dixon dangerous for Michigan and accuses her of wanting to slash the annual budget for the state police by up to $500 million annually. The Dixon campaign said Dixon is committed to law enforcement across the state and said Governor Whitmer is the one who supports the spirit of defund the police. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions.
For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Somebody tried to share the link. Well, they did share the link to a Wall Street Journal report from a few days ago about more and more car fires in these electric vehicles. Yeah. Now, we all remember what was it, the Chevy Bolt, I think it was, where they were telling people, don't park it in your garage when you're charging. Don't charge it more than, was it 80 or 90%? Just don't want to burn your house down. Well, several did. Although they want me to subscribe to the Wall Street Journal, online. You only get so many free stories, right? Now the headline, the owner of a plug-in hybrid, in this case a Chrysler Pacifica, was rather perplexed when earlier this year got a rather surprising recall notice advising him to park his vehicle outside. Park it away from your home because his particular model is at risk of catching fire even while stationary and turned off. Still trying to figure out why. Well, I did have the full story here of the state-run electric bus that caught fire Saturday morning in Connecticut, one day after officials were applauding the passage of the Connecticut Clean Air Act, which includes plans to roll out thousands of electric vehicles. According to the CT Insider, officials say the CT transit bus was engulfed by the inferno in a Hamden parking lot, sent 2 transit workers and a firefighter to the hospital. Lithium-ion battery fires are very difficult to extinguish due to the thermal chemical process that produces great amounts of heat and continually reignites, according to fire officials. Now, the 2 workers were hospitalized for smoke exposure. The firefighter was transported for heat exhaustion. CT Transit spokesperson tells the Insider the bus was delivered in December and was put in service back in January. The bus last operated on July the 20th on several routes and was not in service at the time of the fire. Yeah, bus fires are rare, they say, but can occur similar to cars. But this is their first fire incident with a battery electric bus. Bus operators, maintenance staff, others undergo extensive training and safety protocols. He added the electric bus fleet had been removed from service as a precaution due to the fire. The importance of rider safety is our concern. By taking these buses out of service until a thorough investigation is completed before redeploying the fleet. We've deployed diesel buses to make sure people can get where they need to go. Oh. State officials, including the governor, the Department of Energy, Environmental Protection, Department of Transportation, have all gathered the day before to tout the Clean Air Act that will increase electric cars in the state while decreasing diesel vehicles. There's about 800 buses we're responsible for at the DOT that are being replaced with no-emission electric models. They're quieter. They emit no emissions. They last longer. Well, I guess unless they catch fire, huh? According to the statement from the mayor or the governor, public school buses will also be changing over to electric models in addition to the electric state-run buses. Oh, by the way, the Clean Air Act, this is in the state of Connecticut, will also prohibit the purchase of diesel buses after next year. Yeah, we continue the push. Let's go electric. Let's go green. Let's go Brandon. Hey, welcome back, Big Sexy.
Yeah, I think you've already touched on it or found the story. You was asking Pappy about that helicopter that went down. I seen that yesterday morning from a TV station up there, and they were reporting that the three on board got, the flight crew got out, and one of them had some kind of medical deal, had to be transported by ambulance to the hospital, and the other two was treated on the scene.
Okay.
Is what they were saying.
All right. So
it showed a picture of the helicopter. It didn't look badly damaged. You couldn't see all of it the way it was setting, but it didn't look like they had a bad crash. I mean, it wasn't completely destroyed and all that. You could tell it was a helicopter, and you still had some of the rotors on it. And,
so I'm guessing if they hit,
but on the tail, it said Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, Eskimo Mom said that was. She said Care Flight is out of Dayton. I think Air Care is out of the UC down here in Cincinnati. Care Flight is out of Dayton. So I'm thinking if they hit power lines, I guess so they're probably 20, 30 feet up in the air, something like that. I don't know how. So
well, I'm wondering how that happened, because here, the fire departments are responsible for setting up the landing zones for them, and they usually find a place where there's not power lines and make sure that the helicopter knows where the power lines are. Somebody dropped the ball somewhere.
Yeah.
If that helicopter hit power lines, I mean, they land them out here sometimes on the highway or on the, where at the scene of the wreck. But if it's not safe to land a helicopter there, a lot of times they'll transport the person to
another location.
I know in Truman, sometimes they'll transport them to the football field there at the high school.
Yep.
Because the fire station has a heliport, but our main fire station was taken out by the tornado, so that's out of commission right now. So they're using either the high school football field, which has AstroTurf, or they're using the parking lot out there at the high school where they got plenty of room and there's no overhead power lines. But a lot of times they'll land them out there on the highway, but usually the fire department sets up the landing zone and tells them where they set it up at and what power lines are close by. So somebody dropped the ball somewhere if that thing come in and hit a power line.
That kind of sounds like it. And
that's what I was calling back to touch base with. I heard you talking to Pappy, and he didn't know anything about it.
Yep, sure enough. He's out. He's on vacation. What the hell? He ain't paying no attention to the news, right? Out of the loop.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to your next caller.
Okay, thank you, Big Sexy. Have a great morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. I had an update last week. I never got to. Talking about the underride guards on your tractor trailers, the potential for side underride guards. There was an update on that from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Final rule aimed at improving protection for drivers and passengers in the rear underride cases, the rear underride crash that will take effect early next year. Rear underride crashes when the front end of a vehicle crashes into the back of a larger vehicle like a tractor trailer. The rule requires that the rear impact guards on trailers and semi-trailers possess sufficient strength and energy absorption to protect occupants of passenger vehicles in multiple crash scenarios According to the Highway Traffic Safety Administration's final rule, upgrades to the current safety standards, I guess, are going to be implemented as far as these rear underride guards. I'm assuming that many of the underride guards out there are going to have to be replaced, in other words. Now, they had previously announced a final rule would be coming, but the notice was officially published in the Federal Register on Friday the 15th. Effective date is January 11 of next year. This new rule, they said, will improve protection for passengers and drivers of passenger vehicles, while also meeting the critical mandate from Congress under the infrastructure law, the bipartisan infrastructure law. So the final rule adopts similar requirements to Transport Canada's standard when it comes to the rear impact guards. All right, so I guess they've got the technical breakdown, which owner-operators, company owners, and all, they're going to have to look into that. And like I said, some of these underride guards are going to have to be replaced. And with that, 16 past the hour, get back to the calls here. And who we got? Is that Richard?
It's Hillbilly Tex, damn it.
Well, how did it get Richard?
You and that... I ain't no tell. That computer of yours messed up. Yeah, buddy. Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
Sundance, you're a straight running dumbass. Now then, you got it. You heard it. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Well, I tell you, Steve, every time he calls in, it takes my blood pressure up to sky high. I got to take another pill. I'm telling you, but you know, he's like minister. He ain't never gonna believe it.
Yeah.
He ain't never gonna believe it, even though he heard it right there on the damn radio. He ain't never gonna believe it. So, anyway, boy, that just really, I watched it on the 6th day of January. I watched it live, but, they played the whole thing all day long. You know, where was he at then?
Right.
But he don't want to hear that. He don't want to hear that at all. But anyway, hat rack, I'm tipping a hat and ringing the cowbell for you, Bubba. Good job this morning sending that to Steve. So old Goofy over yonder can hear it for his ears, for his self, when Mr. Trump was saying it himself.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you've been out there watering your mater plants. Are your mater plants coming in yet? Any good ripe ones?
Steve, my mater plants just went to mater heaven. I pulled every one of them up.
Really?
I ain't got no more. Yeah, buddy.
Well,
I ain't got no more.
You've been taking care of them. Did you ever get any tomatoes off of them, or?
Oh, I had about 200 tons of them little cherry tomatoes. They sold me the wrong tomato plants. I had them marked wrong.
Uh-oh.
I had 115 tomato plants. 75 of them was cherry tomatoes. Now, who can eat that many cherry tomatoes?
I hear you, yeah.
Yeah. I just got tired of messing with them, so I just pulled them all up.
Yeah.
I ain't got no more plants. The only plants I got's plastic. Come from the dollar store.
Wow.
But anyway, I just wanted to call and let old yonder Sundance. There, stick it in your pipe and smoke it. Y'all have a good morning, Steve.
Thanks for checking in, Tex. Hey, you do the same. It's 19 past the hour. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me quickly get back to the National Guard story. I teased you with that top of the hour. Yeah, still talking about actually booting National Guard members out for refusing to take the, in my opinion, ineffective vaccine anyway. All right, we're talking 13% of the Guard and 12% of reservists. I tell you, we cannot afford to lose these outstanding men and women who've served our nation, many of them for so many years. Now, latest figures say about 89% of National Guard members have got at least one dose of the vaccine, 87% fully inoculated. Reservists, it's about 89% that had at least one dose, 88% fully vaccinated. He said, I was with the National Guard unit last week, and there's a potential of a severe loss of members of the Guard in that particular unit. The commander told me, I cannot lose these individuals. This is a national security threat. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I mean, the risk from the beginning has always been with the older, unhealthy people, not the younger, healthier people. But at the same time, we have national security concerns around the world. I'm a senior member of the Armed Services Committee. I tell you, we need every man and woman right now. We are facing a crisis in recruitment, if you haven't heard. And we're actually looking to kick more out on the backside? What kind of sense does this make? Now, I said he sent a letter to the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, demanding answers about the vaccination issue, but I've heard nothing. Nothing but silence. I offered an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act a few weeks ago saying that you can't kick them out if they have natural immunity, but they're ignoring that issue as well. A law that we passed in an earlier Defense Authorization Act, the military has to have a uniform policy for religious exemptions, and then they have to consider natural immunity, and they've actually ignored that law. Furthermore, people who've had it over the past few months likely have higher levels of antibodies in their system than someone who actually got the shot a year ago. So it makes absolutely no sense why they're looking at kicking these patriots out of our military. It has to be stopped. And that kind of made me think about Pappy's comments earlier this week, the other day, when he was suggesting, Steve, you know, you see what they're doing. They're weeding out those who won't toe the line, do every damn thing they tell them to do. I mean, yeah, you follow orders when you're in the military. But they were forcing a then emergency use authorization vaccine, which, yeah, technically speaking, they say, well, wait, no, as soon as the Food and Drug Administration or the CDC gave it authorization, then they could force them to get it. Yeah, they did indeed give the authorization, but they still didn't have the research and the data back as far as what complications or future implications those vaccines would have, and they technically still don't have that information, if you want to be honest about it. If you're still paying attention, and I know most everybody's totally sick and tired, burnout on the COVID discussion. Lock, stock, and barrel. But more and more research is coming in. You've got to go to the likes of Dr. Malone, one of the guys that actually played a role in developing the technology for the mRNA vaccines. You got Dr. Mercola and a number of others that are sharing the statistics and research coming back, showing that vaccinated individuals are coming up with other issues, other problems. I don't want to dig into the thick of it, but I think you get the gist. So for those who are still refusing to get it, especially in light of the fact as we now know, hell, Dr. Birx earlier this week came right out and said, I knew the vaccines would not prevent infections. I knew it. She knew it at the time. But I guess her job, her duty as a part of the administration was to get up on the stage and lie, get behind the podium and lie and say, it'll stop you from getting COVID. Because that's what they told us. Horse feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Boy, what more can you say about that? I think you said a mouthful there.
Yep.
But anyways, and of course now we got this new variant out there that's not affected by anything. So yeah, we're back to square one. As you said, need new vaccination. But anyways, hey, with these electric vehicles, and I touched on it a little bit the other day there, but you say you had that electric bus burn up there in Connecticut. Now imagine if that bus, how many passengers can that bus hold? I would say probably in the neighborhood of, I don't know, 60 maybe. And then you start talking about school buses, which normally carry upwards of 70 occupants. Now you got the door in the back, you got the door in the front, you got two side windows on each side that are emergency exits, and I don't know if the high schoolers might be able to get up to the emergency hatch at the roof there. You might have two of them at the top. Can you imagine trying to get 70 people off that bus when it starts on fire with that lithium-ion battery? Do you know how fast?
Yep.
You know how fast that bus ignites?
Those
that
things.
Whole bus. You know how many?
I saw
You know how many fatalities you're going to have?
Did you see the video of the bus that caught on fire? I think it was in France. That there were actually some passengers on that one, I think. But man, when it was caught like on the street cameras, and when that thing caught fire, I mean, it engulfed the entire top of the bus just like that.
Within a minute, you'll lose the whole vehicle. And that's passengers, the passenger compartment, everybody in is going to be burning alive. And then to beat all, then your emergency vehicles that are going to come to the aid of those people and try to put that out. Well, your fire truck's going to be running on that lithium-ion battery, and your ambulances and your police cars, and hopefully they don't burn up on the way too. And anyways, let's go listen to the news.
The clock says it's bottom of the hour. You are correct. Thank you much. Hey, our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Do not run. That's the message from Democrats in New Hampshire to President Joe Biden. A new poll from the University of New Hampshire Survey Center released on Tuesday shows support for a Biden re-election bid among New Hampshire Democrats has nosedived from 74% last summer to 54%. Fox News contributor Joe Concha said the polling numbers for President Biden are irreversible.
We went from 81 million votes, the most of any presidential candidate in history, to less than 1/3 of the country supporting this president. When you dig deeper, it gets even worse.
The Federal Reserve is expected to raise interest rates again this week. The Fed's policy-making arm opened a two-day meeting on Tuesday, while the central bank is expected to announce a 0.75% bump in rates on Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. Jackpot.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive.
All right, going back earlier in the program when we talked about forecasters were saying we could see a similar situation kind of unfold through parts of Kentucky and West Virginia through the overnight hours. Didn't really see it developing there. It's actually further back toward the heart of Missouri tonight. Missouri and Kansas. That's the zone where I've been watching through the night. All the way back from, say, north of Wichita, a line extending all the way across the state of Missouri, and it's been training over, say, for instance, Columbia, Missouri, through much of the night. But a lot of that rain is going to be dropping into St. Louis later this morning. In the next hour or so, going to start seeing some rains moving in. If it holds together as heavy rain, obviously we're not going to see another foot of rain, but I guess there's a good chance they could see several additional inches of rainfall. Now, after the flooding from 24 hours ago, it will not take nearly as much rainfall to rapidly evolve into more flash flooding in and around St. Louis. We've seen some clusters of showers developing there in south central Indiana, looking at a cluster right about the south side of Bloomington. And that's all kind of headed toward the east. Maybe we'll get some of that pushing through northern Kentucky over the next few hours. The models are indicating it's going to kind of push to the southeast and maybe begin to fall apart later this morning. Never really saw much development in Kentucky. Over in West Virginia, you continue to see a lot of rain in southeastern portions of that state. A zone from, say, right about between Beckley and Craigsville down through Lewisburg. More rain crossing I-81 where they did see had a caller earlier talking about water over the roadways, part of I-81. So maybe some flooding concerns there later this morning. See what's happening with the scarecrow this morning.
Morning there, Steve. Maybe you touched on it already, but just caught a little blip on the news last night. One of those three gals that they've been parading, the old Trump, from the Trump staff, they've been parading in front of the cameras at the hearings there. She apparently took her seat at the View. Now she's a co-host, whichever one it is. So apparently that program is looking to get some mileage out of her too.
How about that? Oh yeah. Well, if she's part of the squad, is it or what?
I don't know. Those are the names and faces. I recognize one or two of the faces, but the names don't click at all. And that's how much attention I've paid, to that whole business and charade and whatnot. But so either way, Philip, I don't know if he's a mind reader or did I actually bring something up about that biplane the other night? You remember that?
All I remember is maybe it was somebody else. The biplane with the jet assist thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't think I touched on it, so maybe you just assumed I did, but that's purely coincidental because I was actually going to bring that up, this morning. Everybody's gets all pumped up about the jets and the military scene, and I mean, I too. I give a pretty good fist pump when I hear the afterburners blowing up through the sky and whatnot. But,
Yep.
But something unique, like when that biplane first came out, it was probably right around 2000, very early 2000s. I mean, that was about as radical as a performer, air show performer could get, strapping that jet engine underneath there. And I think it was a father-son, wing walking team is what it was. I think his son actually, stood up on top of that thing, and I mean that thing would crank out 200 miles an hour away. Yeah, it takes gonads. But there's a newer one in the mix there too. Something Screaming Sasquatch. I think it's probably sponsored by that beef jerky outfit. But either way, I thought for a minute maybe it was the same plane, just rebadged or whatever. But now, were you saying earlier you guys have an air show coming up down your way?
Yeah,
this summer yet?
Saturday and Sunday this weekend, and they're going to have an E3 Sentry, one of the AWACS planes, part of the demonstration there. But that's nothing compared to what your boy flies, is it? Because this thing only goes to like 30,000 feet. He goes up to, 60, 80,000 feet or something?
Yeah, technically, they officially say 70,000, but if you read the fine print, it'll say above 70,000.
Okay, yeah.
He's never said anything. I guess he probably can't say anything about that.
Right, yeah.
But either way, the AWAC, that's still part of the whole arena, of surveillance and communication and whatnot. So do you guys have the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels or such?
Blue Angels this year. They're going to have the F-16 Viper demo team. Then they're going to have the F-15C Eagle team. The Golden Knights, Army Golden Knights, got a Globemaster C-17. They're doing the Tora demonstration. Have you ever seen that in an air show? That's really cool.
I think we maybe did see that up at Oshkosh years back. They have kind of dummy bombing runs and explosions.
Correct. Big all the pyrotechnics, big fireballs and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's all part of the drama they want to create and whatnot. I think the Blue Angels were supposed to be up here at Milwaukee last weekend. Now, weather was kind of questionable. I haven't talked to my other boy as to whether they actually got to performing up here. I kind of was touching on the Thunderbirds there. I did a little research again, refreshed my memory. They had a major crash back in what the hell was it, 2008, I believe it was. But either way, you might recall this, there was all four planes crashed during practice.
Wow.
And they were back at that point, they fly the T-38 trainer, and there was a huge amount of pressure for the service to get out of the demonstration and whatnot, but they come to realize it was such a huge PR boost for the Air Force and military in general but at that point they brought out the F-16s online. But just to show you how refined and diligent these guys are, it's only the lead pilot, the lead plane, he dictates everything, and the other three around him, they pay no attention to what's going on the ground or alongside them. They are trained on the wingtip or whatever the key point of that lead plane is, that And what happened in that crash, the lead plane, there's a problem in the control linkage. Now, that was a rigid stick back then where, it's all fly-by-wire today. But I think they come to find it was a bolt or such that bound up the controls for the rear rudder area that lead pilot's plane had actually showed they found the control stick had actually been bent. He'd been pulling back so hard on it. They don't know if he told the others to peel off, but they were already, closing in on 500 miles an hour at about a 50-degree angle coming down. So yeah, the other three probably didn't even know what hit them there. But that's we actually did see a kind of a version of a crash up at Oshkosh that year. We were up there. I don't know if you're familiar with a Navy Corsair. They're an old fighter from World War II.
Yeah.
They're kind of a gull wing, shape arrangement. Well, the old tail draggers with the huge radial, engines up front, it's somewhat, the same theory as with the U-2, that, the pilot cannot see the ground in front of them. So when they're taxiing, they're looking out to the side and, for the edge of the runway and such. Well, this bird, he'd been given the clear to take off. He started his roll, and somebody else taxied out onto the runway about halfway down to where his takeoff point would have been. And I didn't get it on film, but it was a nasty thud. It tore the engine loose from the fuselage completely. I don't think there was a fatigue, but yeah, these air shows, it's not uncommon, for there to be accidents, and as you can guess, when it comes to airplanes, an accident is something you really don't want to have to deal with.
Yeah.
So either way, yeah. When Philip brought that up, gosh, purely coincidental, but so either way, yeah, it could very well be. They'd have one of those biplane, exhibition performers down there too. But so either way, I just wanted to squeeze that in before the end of the program.
They've had the Blue Angels before. I've actually never gone up. I think I went up one year when the Blue Angels were going to be the key act, but I wanted to get the hell out of there before everybody else did, so I didn't stay for the Blue Angels, believe it or not. I did stay for the Thunderbirds a couple of years ago, so that was pretty good. Now, they're saying this is the first time the Blue Angels will be there with their new F-18s this time.
Oh, okay, with the Super Hornet. Yeah, I guess we have not seen that one in action either, but yeah, it's obviously a highlight. But no, I'm really into the old vintage warbirds and such. That just such a unique sound that the old radials and likewise the Allisons and the big V12s and whatnot. It's just a different tone overhead, and if nothing else, so you can kind of still catch them at the tractor pulls and maybe at the lower level, at like the state level and whatnot. The Allison powered tractors used to be pretty significant force, but so either way, Steve, that's I had some other, I guess you'd call it baloney, but gotta have something for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night too. So
yeah, it's another day. All
I'll
right.
leave it at that for the moment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take care. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for checking in. You got it, and we'll return after this.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we take things down the home stretch here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Yeah, have a great hump day. Last evening on the program, we were talking about inflationary factors, the increased cost of food and gas. It's prompting people to spend less on virtually everything else. In the big news, of course, the prior day was Walmart making the announcement that they're looking at big-time drops. Their earnings outlook. Announcing that as soon as they made that announcement, stock prices, share prices of Walmart began to plummet. I think they dropped more than 7.5% after they announced their adjusted earnings per share will decline as much as 13% this year. Shoppers reining in their spending because of the soaring consumer prices. 2 months ago, the company said the earnings per share would only dip like 1%. February of this year, they actually were predicting a modest increase. The inflation is really beginning to kick in all the other big box, the retailers, Kohl's, Target, Dick's Sporting Goods, you name it, all saw shares dropping after Walmart made their announcement. The Walmart family, the family fortune, they lost $11.4 billion on Tuesday. Just like that with that announcement. Of course, the family patriarch, Sam Walton, built the business around the discount culture. In the past, they've actually done well in recessionary times. More people would go to Walmart for the discount prices than they would other retailers. They've always fared well in these recessionary kind of markets. Now, in revising the outlook, they cited the cost of reducing their merchandise stockpiles, that people are more and more reluctant to buy because inflation is at a 40-year high. Not the only retailer to see their shares tumble, as I mentioned there. The Canadian online firm Shopify fell 14% on Tuesday after their CEO acknowledged the company's decision to expand rapidly coming out of COVID-19 did not actually pay off. They're looking to cut like 10% of their workforce. Yeah, we saw who else? The Walton family, which owns the Walmart stake through various trusts, has stepped up stock stock sales, rather, in recent years, unloading $6.2 billion in shares last year. They say that's part of the company's strategy to keep the family stake under 50% amid the buybacks. Those sales, along with outside investments in other stocks and low-cost exchange-traded funds, armed them with enough funds for acquisitions. Of course, the group led by Rob Walton agreed to buy the Denver Broncos for $4.65 billion. They made that announcement, of course, last month. Still have to get approval from the NFL's finance committee. And I think all the league owners have to agree to that as well. But you imagine $11.4 billion wiped off your fortune in a day's time. Well, it's just money, and it's all on paper anyway. Coming up here, stick around, TNCRadio.live. Here Wednesday mornings, it's all about the ladies on TNCRadio.live. Yeah, coming up next, following the news update, stick around for Shannon Courier's next episode of The Southern Route, talking about everything from Shannon's best friend to the taste-testing ice cream. Then it's Women Road Warriors with Shelley and Kathy. Then coming up 7 a.m. Eastern this morning, it's the host of Let's Talk Supply Chain, Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. This week, the Thoughts and Coffee discussion involves how the supply chain issues have impacted everything. And I guess part of the discussion revolves around we may actually still have the biggest bump in the road coming our way. Oh boy, that's something to look forward to. And always, don't forget later on this afternoon, don't forget you can dial in, keep on talking live with Captain Tom Kirk as they open the counter of knowledge, talking one trucking topic or another. There's a pretty good chance you'll hear one of our cartoon characters with an opinion or two, all on TNCRadio.live. All right, we'll close it out there on a Wednesday morning. Have a great hump day. Be safe, and good Lord willing, we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Do it all over again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, and nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.